All right. Good morning. It's 8:26, a little bit of a late start today, but yeah, let's get after it. So, what do we got on the agenda for today? As promised yesterday, today is going to be entirely coding. So, I'm pretty stoked actually. Although it's going to be a lot of like I don't know, it won't be actually active agent orchestration as much, I think, because there's a lot of code that's already been written and I just got to test it. Yeah, so maybe it'll be more reviewing code and deploying code. We do have to write some code. We do have to do some finalizing of the design for the automation workflows. So that's gonna be exciting. But yeah. Anywho, we're as per usual. We're gonna start off with some chess. I gotta do 20 minutes of chess puzzles here, and then I might be meeting my co-founder in half an hour. But he has not responded, so I'm not sure. I might just play a chess game right after that. And if I do play a chess game, actually, we might have something exciting today, depending on where I'm at. Okay, no, I'm at 1187. So I doubt I'll be crossing 1200 today unless I play two games and win both. But we're certainly getting close. If I win today's game, we'll be in a pretty great spot to get to 1200, which is a great number. I think it's still 300 away from the 1500 target by the end of the year, but I'm feeling good about hitting that target, or at least slightly better than I was when I was 1087, you know, a month ago or however long. I guess around yeah, maybe it's been a slow climb, but I guess that's kind of what chess is. It's repetition, learning. Anywho, all right, I gotta quickly create a linear issue. I just want to see. Okay. Uh, yeah. Could you create a linear issue due today? Critical priority to book my flights to New York, and then create a linear issue. Critical priority due today. So that obviously that previous one is personal. This one's product. To test all of Claude's changes for login with Google and actually just yeah, just say something generic like test all of Claude's recent changes and yeah, and then also actually I guess that's about it. Yeah. Okay. We're actually not in or I just realized we do actually have some other codes right today. So there will be a day of coding, but yeah, as I mentioned, we're gonna start off with chess as per usual. Yeah, this is a bit short for me. I don't like it like this. I like having hair on the side. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't look bad or anything, but it's just like a bit too clean. It almost looks, I think it's gonna grow out super well, but I just feel like it looks like, not like a mullet, but it kind of looks like I don't know. Looks a little bit unnatural to my perspective, but nevertheless. Okay, so 20 minutes of chess puzzle. Hey Google, set a timer for 20 minutes.
20-minute timer set.
All right, cool. Oh, I just realized someone's popped in as a viewer. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing well today. What do I have here? I'm pretty sure he has mate. He does, but how do I like? Do I have to go here to protect it? Yep. Okay. This is under attack. Only safe square is here because it's defended. Yeah. Okay. Lovely. This is under attack. I either go here, but then this is also. Oh no, we're good. I think it's just this. Ooh, it's not. So I bring it back. Hey, wait, why isn't it this? Oh my gosh. Of course it's not. Oh my gosh. Okay, yep. This is protected. This, ooh, this is actually a little bit interesting. I'm tempted to do this. because then don't I have mate? Yeah. White to play. So he has mate in one, meaning I just have to give myself an escape square. Nothing I can really do with this. Oh, yes, I can. White to play. So this is a rather interesting move, actually. I think this works. Oh, it doesn't work. I was thinking this takes, and then this. Oh, he has an escape square here. Hmm. But to do I just need to defend this? This just seems boring. I feel like I have something. What if I do this? He has to take with a pawn, leaving me with this. Oh, I had the right idea. It was just in the wrong direction because I left a square. So this is obviously under attack, which is quite terrible. I feel like I just kind of have to do this, don't I? Yeah. Um, this seems fun. That sacrifice, or actually no, I think it might be this followed by this. A very odd mate, but I'm pretty sure that works. It does. Oh wait. Yeah, wow. Okay, that's an awkward one. Black to play. That's me. White to play. I want to go here. No, here. What? Take. Mate. Ah. Oh, sorry, I just finished saying this was mate. Okay. Black to play. So what does he have here? This is under attack and it's hard to defend. I feel like I just have to go here. White to play. This is not under attack. Oh, he has mate, actually, so how do I protect against mate here? I think oh, I can't go there now, can I? Uh, huh. Oh, can I take here? No, I can't. Oh, it's here. Okay, this is protected by the queen. Can I deflect the queen? I feel like that seems reasonable, though that works. No, it doesn't. I'm thinking, oh, pardon. I was, for some reason, maybe it's this? God damn. Okay, I gotta stop guessing at these puzzles, clearly. You see, I don't know. Oh, it's this. Black to play. That seems like, why wouldn't I do that? Okay. Black to play. That seems like it's completely hanging, although I'm in check, so never mind. I think I just have to go here. Black to play. This seems hanging. Oh, sorry, black to play. Whoops. Oh, okay. You know what? I gotta refresh. Every second matters here with these puzzles. This isn't protecting this. I want to learn, like, what's the term? I don't know if there is a term for it. Just trying to think, like, if there's a term. Oh, welcome, whoever's popped in to take a look. I'm just playing chess puzzles right now, and then I'm going to play a chess game, then I'm going to get to coding all day. Okay. So, I don't see it. Yeah. This one's tough. Am I just like crazy? Why can I not see a way to? Oh my gosh, it's right here. Jeez. So I am crazy. Good. Good to know. Black to play. This is under attack. That would lead into this. So is it this? Yeah. That seems nice, but it doesn't work. This seems nice. So it's either probably this or this. Hitting this. Definitely this. White to play. So, okay, this is kind of a weird combo. I think it's oh, it's white to play. I was thinking of, from black perspective. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I think it's this because this defends this, and he can't move. Yeah, and then yeah, and then we just there we go. I think I have to go here. That was just a defensive move. So I have check. Also have also check here, but clearly none of those are correct. Oh, this check wins a queen. This pins and he can't defend it. What? If this, then this, then this. Oh no, then he has this. But then this. Ah, but still, it's not winning any material, I see. Okay. So do I just have to drop this back? That seems kind of boring. Oh my gosh. I have mate. Oh boy. Black to play. Can I not? Ooh, whoa. And then I can take this. This seems like an exposed attack on this because he has to move the queen and he can't defend at the same time. But it wasn't that. All right. So, like, yeah, do I not just win a pawn there? Oh, this. Same idea, just not exchanging. I just win a piece, not a pawn. Black to play. This is mate. So there's that, and then this thing. Oh, wait, but hold on. That's a very... Isn't that checkmate? If because it draws in, and then I have this move. Oh my. Okay, so there's this and this right now. Is it black to play right now? Okay, but there's obviously better. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a puzzle. If I sacrifice the queen, he does this. I don't see anything. I really just want to take the queen here. I don't see any mate. Oh, it is just taking the queen. Darn. It's good though. I think I'm happy that I'm like not knee-jerk responding to everything, but at the same time, it's like, come on. This seems intriguing. Though he has mate right now. Oh, he has mate right now. That's a concern. How do I deal with that? I think I have to do this followed by this. Yeah. That is mate except for this, so I will do this, then this. White to play. White to play has this, followed by this. So this. This. White to play. This seems intriguing. Followed by this wins a piece, but do I have anything better? No. This is just completely hanging. Don't see why I wouldn't take it. Don't see any better move. Yeah. Okay. This is an exposed attack on the queen, and it hits the knight. Black to play. This seems... Isn't this checkmate? Oh my gosh, never mind. I need to do this, but then it is checkmate. Alright, so white to play. This, oh, can I do it in fact? Yes, there we go. He couldn't defend the knight. Black to play this, this, this. Yeah. White to play. The reason I just knee-jerk to that is because I'm thinking of this. I think that's mate. Yeah. Cool. So we have this. Can I threaten this immediately? He has this, though. Ooh. It's actually a problem. Ooh, can I do this? Nope, clearly not. I was thinking this check, force the king to move or take. And then I was thinking of this, but now I realize that he has the bishop defending that square. And this is imminent. Followed by this, taking this, so that's an issue. Do I just have to, like, defend? But then followed by this takes. Followed by this, not a problem. Can I sacrifice? Oh my. Wow. Sacrificing the queen. Always gotta love that. So this sacrifice doesn't work, I don't think. Do I just need to deflect the queen first and then I do this? Black to play. This. Oh no, it's pawn. That's annoying. So this seems pretty reasonable. No, it doesn't. It's this one. Okay. I don't see this one. This one's hard. Okay, then the queen is under attack. I think I might just need to... I don't think I have anything. I think I need to defend the queen. This hits... No. This is not good. Yeah, I lose. Can I go here? Is that really about it? No, that doesn't work. What about this? What about this? Hitting this, followed by this. No, he wouldn't do that. That doesn't work. So he has to do this, but it defends this. If he does this, then... I don't have any follow-up, though. This one's hard, okay. Can I go here? If I defend these two squares, I should be okay. I'm thinking maybe here. How does this work? Because this is defended, I just need to defend this square. You can't defend both of these at the same... Ah, okay, I see. It's just a dummy. That makes sense. Okay, well, this is nice, but unfortunately I don't have it, so can't do it. I think I have to do... Actually, what do? I think I have to do this. This... Yeah, it's sacrifice followed by this mate. White's play. This looks like mate to me. Except for this, so it's not that. Hmm. Is it just this? Or this? Or this? No, I can't do that. What about this? This defends. This doesn't work because of this. Oh, I win the queen. Black to play. Oh, pardon. Okay. Uh, this looks rather intriguing. Not that, of course, though. Hmm. Okay. Oh, yeah. That was kind of the my general thought when I originally did this, because I knew that this was an important diagonal, but I need to first do this and then do this. Then it's checkmate. Rather interesting one, but it still is. Um, oh, C to seasoning. C to seasoning, if you're still there. Hope you're doing well. I completely missed your messages. My bad. Oh, I guess it was only a few minutes ago, so that's good. But C to seasoning, yeah, I'm about to play my 1510 for the day. I'm only gonna play the one 1510 though, and so yeah, I'm hoping to get very close to that 1200 right here. What rating are you? I would happily one-on-one you. Maybe. Oh, my. Uh, you invited me. Intergalactic Pro. Is it this one? All right. Um, yeah, sure. Can we can we do a quick game rather than a 1510? Or what time control would you like? I think I'd prefer maybe a 5-5, which is relatively it's a quicker game, and then I can actually I don't even know if I can challenge you. Oh yeah, I can. Um, and then I can play like the 1510 that I was hoping for after that. Actually, dude, I don't know. I actually don't even have time. I have to play one 1510 before 9:30 because my founder meeting's at 9:30, and then I gotta code all day. Uh, so we could play a bullet game if you'd like. But if not, I'd happily play you a little bit later in the day, maybe this evening. or well, I don't know what time it is for you, of course, but or tomorrow even. But yeah, right now I was really hoping to get to that 1510 and hopefully pull in another win to get closer to that 1200 mark. So sorry, Seed to Seasoning. I like your name, by the way. Uh, but yeah, I just was really had a plan this morning. I was really hoping to meet it. Can you reschedule the dev stand up today to 12? Or sorry, not 12. Pardon me, 9:30 a.m. PT instead of 9 a.m. PT. Okay, back to chess. All right. I'm not seeing any responses, so I'm gonna go forward with a 1510 right now. But yeah, if you'd like to play later on, yeah, I'm all for it. Wait. Okay, I can wait. I mean, it does say you're 1200, so maybe I just like. I mean, I don't know if that's actually the case, but yeah, if you, I mean, if you're 1200, I don't know why it's. I guess you haven't played on the site before. Well, okay, yeah. Do you want to do a 1510? Am I about to get destroyed? Like, how good are you? Yeah, I'll send you this. Wait, it says you're currently playing. Quick little bullet game. Kinda good. Oh boy. The fact that you say kinda good stresses me out a little bit, but 3 minute game. Okay, sure. Let's play. Wow. Okay. Don't even know how to play against the Dutch at all. Um, okay. Hmm. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I will take the pawn, I guess. Okay. So I could be concerned about that, but the queen can't come out, so I'm not too concerned about it. This runs into this runs into this, so maybe I just develop normally. Maybe I hit your knight with this, but then this, then this. I don't know. Okay, so knight comes back. I will continue to develop. Pretty strong position in the middle of the board here. Blank pawn coming out of the side. I'm just going to push mine. Do the same. All right. I can either push or I could bring the bishop here. I think I'll bring the bishop. Hmm. I think I'll bring it here. Castle. Whoa, this is not an increment game. I gotta like really play fast. I never play games that don't have increments. So, all right. No, this is protected, so we're okay. Okay, so now we do this. I guess I'll just play this out. This seems natural now. You can come here. Actually, that's a little bit of an annoying move. Yeah, figured. What do I do now? So I really don't know. This is hard. This is hard to play like this. I guess maybe I push here. Then you take. Okay, so this is pinned. Keep that in mind. My pawns are slowly coming up the board. Maybe I centralize my rooks. I have a minute 40. No increments. I'll take on Abbasan on that one. And then bring my rook here. Oh, that's an interesting choice. What to do on that? I think it's probably best to take here. And then this, I think I'm gonna probably... Oh, though this now becomes undefended, which is annoying. So I think I actually have to trade here and defend that. Oh, this, okay, this is defended, so we're okay. I have rook coming out. Which rook do I want to bring out, though? Probably this one. Oddly, so I think the only moves are this or this. Or this, actually. I just realized that was actually the incorrect move. I could have forked here. Okay, I have a minute. Do I just develop? I think I'll develop. Now, if you push your pawn, I would take the pawn, right? Yeah, this seems fine. 43 seconds, though. Okay. This does what? I think I'm okay here. Seemingly fine. Don't see any huge concerns. I think I'll just push that back. Okay, which it does. It goes back. So now we go here. Followed by... Okay, so we want that pawn, hey? This knight's undefended. That's good. Good thinking. I will protect the pawn. Though it leaves this rook undefended. Okay, so now we gotta really worry about time because there's no increment at all. I just completely hung this, so that's not good. This pawn is also hanging. This seems nice. Take this. I'm gonna lose on time though. I have no doubt in my mind about that. Yeah, like I don't know how to play this. This is like ridiculous. Playing without an increment is kind of absurd. Holy shit, I went on timeout. I literally look at the look at how much time I have left. 0.0 or sorry, 0.1 seconds left. Good game. But yeah, increments, playing without an increment is actually absurd. I really don't like that. Anyways, good game. Okay. That was, my heart was pounding on that one. All right. Let's continue. Okay, so okay. Old Benoni. I don't know how to play this really. Um, Generally, I think I understand it, but I don't really remember the ideas too much. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. I find that a little bit interesting. Is that common? I'm not sure. I might bring my bishop out here and then potentially develop here. I'm in the mode of playing fast right now. So basically, I think what he's thinking right now is basically I can't take. I guess I will just continue playing. I could do this, but that's a very weakening of my knight. I don't think I like that as much. Maybe I do this. I don't know. I really don't know how to play this. This seems pretty reasonable to me. Maybe I play a developing move first. Okay, he pins the knight. Or no, this knight's not pinned at all. Oh, but he takes. He threatens that, which is definitely a bit annoying. If I go here, he moves up, and then I have to go here, which is annoying. Can't really go there or there. I lose the knight. So defending the knight actually might be best, but I would need to do it by doing this. Then castling. And then I actually kind of want my knight here, to be honest. Maybe I do this. This diagonal is not, I think I should be okay here for a bit. So maybe he's looking to push this. This is the weakest pawn. So if I can somehow get a knight here. Oh, but this pawn's still here, so I'm never gonna get a knight here. Unless unless I somehow trade this off, right? So this is an interesting move, but it's sort of empty. I mean, if I play that, actually it's not that empty. It does force him to either go back or here. Otherwise, actually that yeah, you know, I don't mind that maybe. Because here this is protected. Maybe I do this, but then this is bad. Huh. I don't know how to do. Maybe I'll just castle. Not feeling good about this game though. I need to study the old Benoni because I really just have no idea the ideas. And I'm not confident in the structure that I've put myself in. Like I feel like this pawn is weak. As soon as he pushes this pawn, I have a feeling about this one, which is nice. In fact, even right now, if he pushes this, like I already have, I can deflect the queen. Queen would have to come back here to continue defending this. My knight can always come here, followed by this or this, but I don't know if I like that. I really want to make this trade, but I can't really because of this pawn, and I don't want to do this either. And this, okay, maybe I do this. Preparing this. Not the worst idea in the world, I don't think. It's basically either to do this or this. I think in the Benoni, I think they typically are trying to attack on the queen side, which he has not done. So that is good, I think, for me. if I do this, he has enough. Then it also opens up some weird discovery stuff. So not confident in that. This doesn't really work, right? I think developing my bish or my rook here seems decent. Oh, um, oh, okay. I think I'm more prone to blundering in this position than he is. His position seems a little bit more solid. Mine seems a little bit more scattered. Like my pieces aren't really helping each other right now. No, not very harmonious. I do think that this rook move makes sense. This rook move makes sense. I think that's what I'll just try to do. I'll just keep a solid position and let him sort of develop naturally. Okay, so he wants. Okay, that's it's the first, I guess, hint of what he wants, right? So if he pushes here, it weakens this pawn indefinitely. Now, if he does push, I will probably leave it, incentivizing this trade, which I'm fine with, because I will eventually target this pawn. Now, if he pushes twice, do I take en passant? It's an interesting question, actually. Do I need to take en passant? Yeah, I do, right? What if he did? What if he pushes twice and I go here? Well, it's pretty well defended. I can't go here still. Maybe I do this. If he pushes twice, then I can actually trade this off because I now protected this pawn. Uh, and I might just leave him there and just lock the position in the center of the board. But then it's sort of, it gives him a lot of space. Like arguably, I think he might be winning in that position. Ugh, I don't know. This is tough. If this, then this. Or if this, no. If this, then probably this. And then it hits this. This is crazy, like insanely weak at that point. So I don't really want to take off Passat. I think I might trade off the bishops. But the thing is, trading off the bishops isn't even that valuable in this position because I'm not even really attacking with the king side. Maybe I do this. I don't know any ideas with Benoni. Old Benoni. Bit tough. Okay. So we have our first situation where he's let off the pressure on the queen side, which is nice. Probably hoping for this, maybe. I actually don't know for sure. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that plan or what his plan is with that move. I would imagine it's to make room for this in some capacity, but I don't know for sure. It does allow this, which is kind of nice, preventing this entirely because he needs to defend this. Although I had this, I guess, the entire time, of course. Oh, this was a move I never even considered. But then this, oh no, he would need to move his queen back to where he came from first. Then do this. And then we're kind of in a similar position, though. No, not really. I think that whole exchange. So if this, then this, and then let's say I do something. Maybe I trade this off right now. Is it a good idea in this position? I don't know, because I kind of like the pressure on this pawn at the same time. Seems kind of nice. I know that I don't like my queen here, for sure. I think I'd rather my queen here, so I have the optionality to rotate this over here if it ever happens. Though I can prepare. Oh, I see. Maybe he wants to prevent this, if maybe that's the idea. And he wants to push this. He's preparing the push. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Now, I can't really prevent this. If he pushes, I would have to go back, or I'd have to trade this off anyways. I don't want to do this. So it's either I do this, or I think I do this. Or, of course, I can just develop. I think I'm gonna trade off this bishop. Don't know if this is a common idea or not, but I don't know what else to do, to be honest. I don't see any pawn breaks that help me really. I'm thinking maybe if I can get my bishop here. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. All right, so what are his moves right now? He can ignore this. I mean, as he should, right? I would imagine, because bringing his king up is not a big deal. Um, he can push, in which I will not take, because then it just doesn't seem. It doesn't like every way he takes back. I don't like the way that it looks. So if he pushes twice, I'll just, I guess, let him have that, and then I'll try to go after this pawn. But I still don't know how I can even do that though. Now that I think about it, because really the only way to do that is with my knight in one of these two positions, which I now have completely forfeited the rights to. So I don't know how to develop this at all. Can I go here maybe? Oh, oh, shit. I completely missed this. Oh no, he would have the option to trade here. But this is a good trade for me, I think. I'm happy with that trade, in fact. I don't... Or wait, am I? Hmm. This is kind of a useless bishop right now. Actually, no. No, it's not entirely. This forces a trade. Because if he made the mistake of going back here, then I trap his bishop. Okay. So he's done this, right? Um, Now I'm gonna force this trade. And then what are my ideas here? I think I have to start attacking on the queen side potentially. Okay, so he realized that he would have lost the bishop. That's good. Uh, I'd say this is a pretty bad bishop though. My knight was probably better. Okay, good. So he now attacks this immediately. I can do this now though, because realistically this square is not under attack at all. Won't be for a while. Um, is it a weakening move? I actually don't know. I think it's fine. Um, Actually, I don't know. It prevents this. Though now I can do this, which is nice. In fact, maybe I should have started with that. No, because then he could have taken and attacked my own queen. But now I can do this, which targets the pawn. So he has to defend either way. He has to go here, here. In fact, if I put my bishop there, no, that doesn't work. I don't like that. Maybe I do this before I do anything. Just get this out of the way. So if I ever want my queen, yeah, I shouldn't have delayed this, I think, so long. Let's trade this off first, and then we shall continue on. Though my dark square bishop, do I even want to make this trade? It's questionable. His dark square bishop kind of sucks. Because this is not going anywhere. Not for a long time, at least. So we saw this move. Okay. So yeah, this is becoming a very, very challenging situation. I'm going to make this trade without fully knowing exactly what my plan is. So I don't really have any... I guess I kind of have to go... Should I start developing my bishop? Or sorry, pardon me, my pawns and start attacking on the king side? Do I drop this bishop back after protecting here? And then throw this pawn into the mix? No, that doesn't seem very reasonable. Maybe I bring this around. Yeah, I got no idea what I'm doing here. Okay. That's nice. The first... sort of... So what does he do in response to this? Does he want this? If so, he could go here. He goes right back. So that's relatively annoying. Though I actually can win back the knight, funny enough. Because if I go here and he takes, I have check, and he can't defend. He can't go any of these locations, so he has to go back here, here. He probably would do this, I would imagine, because then I would have another check. His pawn is going to be here, however, so it could take here, but then I could take here, and now I have a queen here and a knight here, hitting here. It's not too bad. He can't come here with his rook. It's kind of crazy, but I don't mind it. Though if I do this, what other options does he have? That would be my next question. Because, for example, if he did this, then the whole plan is foiled. Huh. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait, no. If he did this, I can trade it off. And I'm actually okay with that trade. What if he did this? He wouldn't do that. Of course, that's a dumb move. Okay, maybe I don't mind that. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Hopefully I'm calculating right here, but I think I'm okay. Yeah, I think this is a good situation for me. I think now, okay, so like I mentioned, the only move I have now is to trade. Or I could have went here actually and ignored it and pinned the pawn. That would have been another move. But I think I'm fine with my response. So now my only realistic plan at this point is I think I'm gonna lift my rook, go here, bring my queen here. Actually, maybe I lift it here. Not entirely sure. I could go here. It's actually a fork. Probably wouldn't let me do that though. If I push take, it opens up this, which is kind of nice. But I kind of like my attacking ideas over on the king side a little bit more, I think. Can I rotate my knight in here? Not really. Okay, so he did this before, and then he came right back. Does he want to go here? If so, why? I don't know. I'm going to pin this pawn. He can't rotate his... Okay, so he wants to do this. Presumably. I think... Okay, I see. So, if I do this... he can just push it away. Maybe I start pushing my pawn. Trying to hook this pawn in. Not the worst idea in the world. Or I can try to immediately start attacking on this side. I'm going to push this pawn. Okay, so now this is officially an issue. Because he can do this now. Would he do that is a different question, though. If I do this, and he does this, well, is it that much of a problem? I don't know. Because it allows this, but that all that really does, actually, is open up this, so maybe that's not the best. That was dumb. It allows this anyways. I should have gone here, maybe, or here first. If I go here, though, he can push me away. Okay, so he attacks this pawn. And protects this square at the same time. So... I really have nothing. I think I just have to proceed with this hook. I don't really have a choice. Now he doesn't have this, which is nice. Okay, so that's fine. I mean, I can take here, and open up this file for his rook, which I'm not a huge fan of. I could drop back here, take. If I drop back, wow, if I drop back here, I guess he might push, which just locks the game so unbelievably. Like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, wow. I think it's really just like, if I do this, actually, maybe I should do this to incentivize this. Because at this point, it's really just a race of who gets their pieces to this side of the board faster, and I think that I win that race, maybe slightly. Maybe bring my king here, bring my knight in like this, or maybe I do this actually. Yeah. If he does this, then it opens up my rook, so I'm okay with that. So I'm now pretty incentivized to do this. So I think I'm going to take here first. Because now he kind of has to, if I bring my queen in here, he sort of has to trade. I could threaten this immediately. That's an option. Then he pushes, though. So... This is such a... I don't like games like this. I mean, obviously, it's just my own fault for not knowing how to play it, but it's just like... It's... Yeah, I don't know. Basically this, then this. So I don't really like that. This, he probably wouldn't do that. Probably wouldn't take. He's probably just going to press my position even more. So is the idea this? Interesting if he does. Interesting if it is. If it is this, then I will probably play this. Okay, I think my best move is to take though, regardless. And if he does that, then okay, what's his moves now? So he can play this or this or this or this. Hmm. What if I just don't allow that? I just go here. I don't really like this trade, to be honest. Basically have to go here, maybe. No, this I have a losing game. Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, this is a complete loss for me. Um, yeah, complete loss. No, I mean maybe I have some time here, but yeah, I gotta learn the old Benoni now, because yeah, I'm really sad about that game, to be honest. I'm a little bit disheartened. Yeah, I'm just gonna resign. All right. Well, I gotta hop into a founder meeting now, so I guess I'm gonna start watching videos on the old Benoni. Oh, you made 1200. All right, good for him. I'm happy for him, actually. I'm really sad about that game, though. Like, I kind of knew from the get-go that I really just had no idea what I'm doing, and it certainly translated. Actually, I didn't play too terribly until I made a blunder in the end. I mean, okay. We were actually equal. I honestly thought that I was I thought that I was oh nice, at least I got a brilliant, but I thought that I was losing the entire game. But I was actually up most of it. Or equal. So that's good. I just made one bad move. Okay. That gives me some hope. I will still review. And I definitely got to learn the Benoni. There's no doubt about that. But anyways, I will be back at a founder meeting and then, yeah, I'll see you in a bit. Let's say 1 hour. Okay. Pop it up here. And then drag this down here. All right, without further ado, let's get to coding. Uh, oh wait, no, I gotta review that game first. Then, then we will get to coding. That was a depressing game. Then again, losing in general is just depressing. I'm super happy that he made it to 1200 though. That's really exciting for him. Because that was what I was hoping to do. Wow, it was do or die for both of us. And I'm honestly pretty happy with how the game went. I totally thought that I was losing nearly the entire game. But we were actually equal up until I blundered. Um, yeah, here I totally thought that I was dead lost. Now, I realize immediately why this was a bad move. So I was thinking, I wasn't a huge fan of this. I think I should have gone here. It's an accuracy. It's better than what I did, though. What's the best move here? Oh, it's to take. And then this. Interesting. Hmm. I'm not sure what the reason is for bringing his queen up here. Because let's say he didn't bring his queen up. Let's say he went like here, for example, to prepare this. So this is good, not great. What is my follow-up exactly from this? Like, I don't fully get it. Let's go here. Attack this pawn. Okay, so that is exactly the point. And then I can check and take. So let's say he does this. Now, this threatens checkmate. So how do I deal with that? Probably go here. Oh, I think I just have to force a queen trade. Oh, but I can't even force a queen trade because this check this, and then I can't go here, right? So, oh, I guess I could do this. So check, and this, and check. Then whatever he does doesn't matter. I just queen trade. Okay, well let's whatever. I mean, okay. I see. Obviously, that's a blunder, but the point is that if he didn't do make that blunder, let's say he went here, then queen trade is what I would do. Okay. Hmm. Crazy to me that this is dead equal. I'd rather be black in this position. Is this actually purely because of this? I'd rather be black in this position. Although, I guess I can threaten this after this. Okay. Anna Cromling. I didn't even know she had a YouTube channel. Okay, I'm gonna watch this again tonight. All right, moving on. I'm just gonna do like don't run npm run CI, but just create like sequential commits for whatever changes that I have. Group them all logically though. Don't group them into just like actually run npm run CI first, just to make sure that everything passes. But then you only need to run it once, and then create like anywhere between. I guess probably it's going to be what, like 3 commits, 4 commits. I don't know, but just like make sure that they're all kind of like grouped logically, I guess. All right. What's this? Actually, wait, no. I don't like this change at all. Um, Actually, I'm just gonna completely remove this change. This doesn't make any sense. It's very, very upsetting. All right. Oh, I also gotta buy my New York flights, so maybe I do that right now first. Welcome whoever's peeking in there right now. I'm just booking some flights. So give me a moment. I think we will set alarm for 7 minutes.
7-minute alarm set.
Okay. Well, I'm finally booked, so we're good to go. Now let's finally hop into coding. Um, okay. We're good to go. So let's go. All right. All right, I gotta be right back. Okay, we're back yet again. All right, let's first start by rebasing this onto dev, which I assume there's not going to be any conflicts. Holy, this is a lot of commits. Okay, let's just quickly review these. Wrap overlength logger. Okay, I think that ended up being fixed in the very end. I'm hoping. Minimize log guidance. Inline, tier lines went over. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, nice. So we fixed that later on. Oh, this is okay. So test changes, don't care. I guess this. Oh, this was just duplicated. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not good. All right, I'm glad about that. Okay, this looks fine. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, geez, that was a good fix. Okay, generally speaking, I'm actually pretty happy with these refactoring so far. What is this? Doc standardized repo path references? How do they do so? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Appliance hygiene, also whatever, not a big deal. What's this? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it looks like these are all like pretty low risk. I don't know if I'm gonna go through every single one of them. View all files. Oh, whoa, no, definitely not. Yeah, like this is kind of a lot to go through. Though voice age. Oh, I see. Query keys. It actually like removed that. See if there's dead code exports. None of these look like core models to API models. Um, sure. Don't really see. I don't think that's really that big of a problem. All of these look like kind of just refactoring. I might just squash them. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna squash. Let's go squash all of these puppies. What the? Can you not squash more than... Oh, there we go. Squash. Squash, squash. All right. That seems fine to me. So I'm just gonna go ahead and fast forward dev. Um, I won't push until I actually verify these changes, but they seem fine. Actually, maybe I should push just so that if anyone's working right now, they have that because I highly doubt there's going to be any issues. Okay, that's fine. Now that's actually dealt with. I'm gonna just go ahead and no, I'll keep that around. Okay, work tree logging with Google. Um, a hard refresh. This is one that I want to test on its own. So I'm gonna go copy the branch and I'll just get this one. I'll say rebase this commit slash branch work tree onto the tip of dev. Might as well just add this as well. Then put this commit on tip of those commits. Now the Google login, I don't know if I'm even going to bother with this, to be honest. All right, while these are rebasing and stuff. Oh, oh no, I completely missed a chat from somebody. Oh, and he doesn't even have any videos for me to be able to like comment on or anything like that. That's kind of tragic. I was hoping to. I usually like I'll leave like a comment or something on their video, um, but okay. All right, format. Okay, let's go finalize the design. I think it's in this one. Very odd that my whatever. Exited goal met is a little bit confusing with completed. Like, oh, I see. Hmm. I think I'm actually going to implement this. One branch is going to do it with, I'm going to do it with Codex, and the other branch is I'm going to do it with Claude, and I'm going to see which implementation looks better at a glance. What the heck just happened? What the hell? Where is the origin of dev now? What? Um, you didn't do that correctly at all. I said like you should be rebasing onto dev, like the dev branch. So, uh, yeah, like the periodic. Wait, what did you just do? Like the periodic session refresh and the deep linkable calls should have been on the tip of the origin of dev. So like origin dev should have should be, I guess, like in a place where it could fast forward, technically speaking, it could fast forward a total of one, two, three, four commits in total, and then it would have all of those commits. Yeah, that was completely wrong. You're absolutely cooked. Anyways. I'm a bit confused. So I'm wondering, should exit reason be a string or should it be an enum? If it's a string, what exactly are we putting in there? And enrollment and dedupe key, like the comment on there is kind of confusing because it's references the webhook event, but that webhook event's not actually what we want to dedupe on, right? We definitely want to dedupe on the webhook event for sure. But when we think about the re-enrollment policy, enter once after exit anytime, like that should be about like the contact itself, not the webhook event per se. So I guess like I just kind of had a question, like is that re-enrollment or is that enrollment due to key like meant for like the re-enrollment policy? Because if so, I don't think it's correctly phrased right now. It seems a bit wrong. Um, so yeah, I guess those are a few things. And then your outcome JSON, do we have a Zod schema for that? Well, yeah, seems a bit weird to me. Yeah, like what? Are we just leaving that up for interpretation? Is that denormalizing? Certain things that should already be on like other referenced objects like the call? If we are denormalizing, that's okay, but we should definitely not just have some generic definition. Like outcome JSON needs to be defined quite clearly. And okay, I agree with the sent user nodes. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Um, all right, so that's my little ramble about what's there. One thing I wanted to clarify and ask you about is like how is the current system handling like the double call, for example? Like what's the proposal for that? Because there's a few different ways I can think about us implementing that. But I don't think that it's defined clearly in this current design, especially considering like once you send the first call, we need a way to reliably trace when that call completes, we send another call. Now, I would imagine that's just probably through putting metadata on the call itself, which we already do in plenty of cases, and then we do a logical check based on that. So I think that probably makes the most sense. We just basically like we look at that metadata, we check, okay, is this a part of a current workflow step that's executing right now? If it is, and double call is enabled, and we haven't had two calls yet, then we go ahead and do it. But when you start to think about that, you start to realize the workflow run step only actually supports a single call. Because yeah. So I think that seems like a design flaw in my part, unless you're planning on modeling double calls as two separate run steps, but that seems a bit weird considering they're kind of going to be modeled as one run step configuration. Hmm. I would imagine it'll probably stay as one job, though. That makes sense. Okay, according to all my entire ramble here, I don't want you to edit the existing doc. Actually, yeah, you can go ahead and edit the existing doc, but then create a separate doc in the same design folder that just basically explains your edits. And your perspective on the things that I've said. Even if there's no edits, that's fine. Just explain to me what your perspective is on everything that I've just mentioned. Oh, okay. I'm gonna deploy this to dev. Or sorry, beta. npm deploy. And basically, I'm just gonna test all of these large ass refactoring, and then deep linkable call pages. The refresh, I just need to make sure that nothing was broken. Because if nothing was broken, that's all I care about. If it fixed it, great. If it doesn't, whatever. We're in the same state as before. I'll be right back. I'm just going to the bathroom. Yeah, this is still using Ultra Code. Whoops. Hmm. Hey, whoever's checking out the stream. Hope you're doing well today. I'm just in the middle of deploying a bunch of mostly refactoring changes, and actually no, a few new features as well, and then finishing up a design for workflow-based automations for calls. Basically, the idea of making one call that is triggered by some sort of event, and then if they don't pick up, double calling, and then if they don't pick up again, maybe calling another again in another 6 hours, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, okay, this is much better. Oh, they added a join table. Interesting. Hmm. Very interesting. It's very reactive. AI definitely does not replace engineers. Like so far from it. To do complex shit, it's just not gonna happen. So where my head is at right now is that we're now having to add, you know, a join table for calls. Um, because multiple things can now happen in the same step. And then it begs the question, what's a step? You know? Conceptually, it should be one unit of work. And in part, I almost think that maybe the scope of unit of work here is actually ideal. Maybe because the only reason we have support for multiple calls is like a double call. We're kind of treating it as one call. But what I'm thinking here is at the same time, the same functionality can obviously be achieved through an actual decision tree. And really all a decision tree is just a directed acyclic graph, right? So like the complexity here is it just begs the question. It's like, do we go with a directed acyclic graph off the bat, but expose to users a simplified interface of that, where a configuration sent from the front end will actually result, because like the design on our back end doesn't need to be coupled with the front end. Okay, so here's a big question. So we spoke in the beginning, and I asked about this quite a lot, is if we want to introduce edges, like make it a decision tree, make it like a directed acyclic graph, where every single step actually is a unit of work. And that unit of work is very, very small in scope, like atomic in scope. And part of me thinks what we're doing right here is potentially the simpler option. But then, when you start to think about the fact that we're now needing to introduce a join table for workflow run step call, for example, it starts to concern me a bit. Because fundamentally what we're doing now is we now have a step that actually has multiple steps baked within that step. And it makes me think, like, should we just do a directed acyclic graph right off the bat? But then obviously we do not model that to users. It's just a back-end design thing where we have to have a unified configuration interface that's defined at the API level, where the front end interacts in a way where basically the configuration that we already have defined pretty much stay the same. The front end doesn't even know, but in our back end, we actually run this like a directed acyclic graph. Like, what's your perspective on this? Could you do some research to see if there's any other opinion? Like, think like this is like I really want you to think from a senior engineer perspective here, because I don't want to overcomplicate it, but at the same time, I don't want to double down on a design that could paint us into a corner in the future. And might make things more complex in ways that might be unexpected because of the way that we're trying to couple ideas that potentially should be separate. Because fundamentally, if you think about this double call functionality and adding a tag and all this stuff, really what this is it's like, okay, you make the first call. Now, there's technically a condition. If they answer, we now have the functionality to add a tag and stop the workflow. If they don't answer, we have a functionality to add a tag and potentially call again. And then only on the second call, we leave a voicemail. And then we have the potential to add another tag if they still go to voicemail. And then after that, we wait 6 days, and then we have the same thing. So it's really a decision tree with a bunch of very, very small actions. And when it was just tags being coupled with it, a part of me thinks that it was acceptable. But now realizing, like looking at this design, I'm starting to think, should we be going with a direct acyclic graph right off the bat? Like, yes, it's obviously more flexible, but does it introduce complexity? Like, I think it's mostly from a complexity standpoint, right? Like, because on one hand, it definitely introduces more complexity, but on the other hand, does it really? Like, or does it actually make our lives potentially even more simple? But then at the same time, if we go with a direct acyclic graph, effectively what we're doing is we're redesigning a workflow orchestration system. Which then makes me think, should we be relying on like, well, Zapier would be kind of a crazy way to do this. I think that, no, I don't like that. But maybe like, should we be thinking about this from like maybe we should be using AWS step functions, for example. Um, Create another document in the design folder that just outlines your perspective on this after you do some research. I don't want like this extremely long document. I just want, a pretty succinct explanation. Maybe you could have some tables or interfaces that you think could help explain yourself, but I don't want a very verbose document for this. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. This is a tough one for sure. I really like this is where I wish that I had like a senior. This is where I definitely miss like being surrounded by talented engineers to sort of bounce this thing off. Because like, I mean, I'm a smart guy, sure, and like I know how to design things, sure, but I think pressure testing my ideas against AI, it's really all I've got. But AI is cooked half the time, so it's hard to really even trust what AI thinks. Like part of me thinks maybe I should go into GPT, and let me just make sure. Um, yeah, part of me just makes, or part of me thinks, what the heck? What happened there? What the? That's weird. Like maybe I should. I think I'm actually gonna ask Codex the same thing. Let's do Codex chat, and we'll actually do Extended Thinking Pro because Codex Extended Thinking Pro is it's pretty good. I'm just gonna send the exact same prompt into this. Um, huh. I wish that Codex Pro Extended Thinking was available via Oh, shit. Oh, never mind, we're good. I'm also going to look into step functions here. Hey, whoever popped into the um, what is this, a stream? Hope you're doing well today. I'm currently just in the middle of, well, I was in the middle of actually finalizing the design for basically an automation system, which is just basically a workflow. But now starting to realize, I wanted to keep it simple, where you have a straight flow of uh, a straight just flow of execution where you have steps sequentially. Oh, you're gone, so never mind. I will shut up now. Okay. Yeah, it's like stuff like this. It makes me think, like, I mean, heck, like this is already AWS step functions is it's kind of perfect for this, right? Human in the loop. That's interesting. I mean, step functions too, like I've worked with step functions quite a lot at Amazon, or not quite a lot. I haven't actually built them directly, but I built a custom execution system that was modeled based on step functions. So I'm pretty familiar. Yeah, maybe step functions. Okay, this is good. Join table is not inherently a smell. So, okay, this is good. Because it's not really going to own, like, I mean, unrelated side effects. Like, there is going to be side effects, but I feel like it's kind of generally fine. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It does seem like both. I mean, I haven't got the Codex answer yet, but it does seem like at least Claude doesn't think I should go with the directed acyclic graph, which is good. Um, I was really hoping I didn't need to do that, but I'm really happy to hear that was in fact over engineering. Cool. Okay, cool. You can, or if there are any edits that you think you should make to the V2 document as a result of that discussion, go ahead and make them. Uh, but generally, I don't know if there are going to be. Actually, in fact, don't make any edits. Sorry, propose if you're planning on making any edits, propose them directly to me in this chat, just very briefly. Explain your overall thinking. Um, but yeah, we won't go with a directed a DAG for now. It's fine just to do what we currently have. Okay, this is good. This is good. Yeah. Go ahead. You can do whatever changes like that. Um, whatever you think. Yeah, honestly, whatever you think is best. I'll just leave it up to your best judgment here. One side comment. It's workflow definition and then workflow definition version. Then you have document JSON. I'm wondering, should we actually have should it just be called workflow and then workflow definition? Or sorry, should it just be workflow and then workflow version? And then should it be config JSON just to stay aligned with kind of the way that the rest of our database is named? Or do you think it's fine as is? Actually, part of me does like the definition part, but I just want your perspective on it. Wait, sorry, hold on. Uh, are you saying that there's one job record for the second call reentry and the first call? Or should this be a workflow run job array, just the workflow, just like the calls are? I'm a bit confused. Second call reentry, are we reusing the same job for this? Sorry, could you explain to me how you plan or how we plan on implementing the second call part of this, just to make sure that we're on the same page? Because I have a certain opinion on how it should be done, and I just want to see where your head's at with this. Okay, so pasted below is what Codex, or sorry, GPT Extended Pro thinking. Basically, that's what their perspective was on the overall like workflow directed acyclic graph stuff that we talked about earlier. Obviously, it only had partial context. It didn't have like the full context of our conversation. It didn't have the full context of my use cases. It didn't really fully understand things, et cetera, et cetera. Uh, so treat it with a grain of salt to a point. But I just wanted to get your perspective on the suggestions here because I think it looks slightly different than maybe the way that we're modeling it or we're thinking about it. So yeah, what's your perspective on what's being said here? If you think that this warrants or this like changes your opinion on it at all, then we could produce a V3 document with some of this stuff applied or weaved in. Or if you don't think it's warranted, explain why. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I thought. All right, I'm generally happy with it. I think Hmm. All right. Well, while that's all happening, let's go. Let's go pop in to test the changes. So doing a few things here. If I click on call history, first things first, we want to make sure that copy link. Okay, that's cool. So right away, let's test what the call page looks like. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. It's just like a reused. I don't like the double scroll, so that's one piece, but it's actually not. This isn't like terrible, to be honest. Um, hmm. One thing, I'm feeling that they definitely reused the component. It looks like they did. Yeah. So let's just get like a really simple change here. Let's go. So a really simple change I'd like you to make for the call link page. We have a situation where like there's a double scroll. I presume it's because we're reusing the same component as the call slide out, which is fine. I'd prefer to keep that if that's possible because I think it looks generally fine, but I'd prefer that we didn't have a double scroll situation. I think that on the actual call detail page itself, it would be better for us to just be able to scroll the whole page and for the call like not to have its own scroll bar. Um, could you do that if that's easily achievable? Hey, whoever popped into the to the stream, how you doing today? Interesting. So what's GPT's reasoning for the execution graph IR nodes and edges now? Like battle a little bit. Like why? Actually, you know what I want you to do is I want you to send your perspective into the chat so that or actually no. What I'm gonna get you to do is actually copy to my clipboard the exact prompt that you want me to send back into this conversation with GPT so that we can challenge them with your perspective and see what they do as a result. Because there is, and keeping in mind, there is a lot of context that GPT doesn't know that it might be helpful to also fill them in on. Don't be like, do not write it in such a way where it provokes bias. You know, be very matter of fact about it. Don't selectively present some information and hide other things, for example. Give them the whole story. And another piece that I wanted to, I guess, hammer in right now, which could be a reason for them to build the or like go for the nodes and edges right now, like the execution graph IR, is because fundamentally, like if you think about the requirements, is we have a situation where take the default situation for example. We first wait, so we get a webhook event, a trigger. trigger event happens. We wait 5 minutes, let's say. We place the first call, and if the first call goes to voicemail, or sorry, if they just don't answer, then we want the ability to configure, like the user should be able to configure, okay, in that case, I want to add a tag, and the user should be able to configure, do I want to double call again? Like, do I want to like make a second call right away or not? Let's say that they do. They can choose to make that double call, and then on the double call, on the second call, maybe they have like a different tag that's associated with the double call happening, and or the voicemail, it going to voicemail, and they have the option, obviously, to leave a voicemail or not leave a voicemail on both calls, the first call and or the second call. And then after both of those calls, let's say they both go to voicemail and they don't pick up, but we leave a voicemail on the second, then we want the ability to wait again another period of time, let's say 6 hours. And then once again, we would need to check, okay, have they called back? The exit criteria, has it been met? And if not, then we would need to potentially do like allow it to be configurable to do that same thing again. Same sort of idea. So we do have these, and then maybe at the very end, actually, of the entire workflow, we want the ability to, add a specific tag in that case. Now, of course, because of the way that our current steps are done, you could just add that tag. If the last call goes to voicemail, you can just add a specific tag in that scenario. But yeah, that's kind of like the overall requirement right now. It is totally a realistic evolution, though, for that to translate into potentially maybe sending an email or sending a text message to the user to let them know that this person, never picked up. Or marking this person with a maybe not a tag, maybe it's something else in the CRM, moving a stage or something. You know what I mean? Like there are very, very reasonable follow-ups that could happen. Right now, it's just the tags. We just want to think about just tags and calls and double calls and waiting. Fundamentally, that's kind of and voicemail. But in the future, it totally, totally could be different, right? Uh, the heck? Did I like screw up somehow? Why can I not open up localhost? Okay, that was weird. Oh, I see. That's not a problem. You know, what's crazy here is I actually think I agree with um, Claude, which is wild. Okay. You can go ahead and like everything said and done. You had some two smaller GPT ideas that were taking. Uh, Alongside like any changes that you like, I don't know, just whatever your perspective is, you can go ahead and apply your perspective to the document as it stands. I'll let you know when Codex or when GPT responds, and I'll forward that to you. Thanks, Jonathan. I actually completely forgot I muted myself, so I appreciate that. Luckily, it was only a few minutes ago. Oh, YouTube, if you're watching, by the way, I'm in a dev account right now. None of these are real. Hopefully, you don't remove my damn video like you did last time. Jonathan, what are you up to today? How you doing? Okay, we're getting to a pretty good spot here for finalizing this workflow design, so I'm pretty stoked on that. Pretty happy with where it's gotten. Ooh, Tmux. Exciting. Just out of like pure curiosity, like what are you playing around Tmux for? Like what's your use case? Just out of curiosity, because like you're just a curious duck. You're quacking around, as I think most of us engineers do. I feel like core agent, considering we have an inbound and outbound tab that has its own configuration, don't you think that core agent like kind of makes most sense? Based like I don't know, what's your opinion? Okay, where is these new docs? Why is I'm literally clicking the refresh button, like the keyboard shortcut, WebStorm, and the refresh is just absolutely not happening. Weirdly enough. Yeah, reload all from disk. Well, hate to break it to you, WebStorm, but you're not refreshing all from disk. Come on. I see them right here. want to look at these docs. There we are. Hmm. Huh. Okay, yeah. Sure, you can. Yeah, you can do whatever suggestions you think are relevant here. One question. Yeah, so you can make any updates to the V3 doc accordingly. A few questions for you just based on this design. So the trigger event dedupe key. So, okay, so this is for trigger event item potency. That makes sense to me. Um, we have a re-enrollment policy. That also makes sense to me. But where, like, I'm a bit confused. Like, do we not need to define the re-enrollment dedupe key, or is that just, or like a re-enrollment, or I guess it's not necessary to store it because we can just deterministically look it up based on the contact, and then if we need to have like a re-enrollment configuration or re-enrollment type later on, then I guess we could introduce that. Yeah, so just wanted to question. You don't need to change anything. I'm just sort of curious about what's going on here. That's the one piece I'm not. I don't think. At the end of the day, I think re-enrollment policy is not necessarily something we need to have. Or sorry. There doesn't need to be any dedupe like column here. So I agree. I think with the current design, I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page there and there's nothing missing. Another thing is that what is the what is the resume at used for? And when, like, what, yeah, what's the purpose for that on the workflow run? Uh, Jonathan, nice. I would be interested in the result of your findings there. As you can tell, I use iTerm too, assuming you probably use the same. Uh, and I will sometimes have like this is only 6 right now on this one, and I have another monitor here which only has 1. But sometimes I will literally have 4 on this monitor here. I'll have 6 to 8 here, and then I'll have some on the side which you can't even see just because they're kind of the ones I use to deal with like for emails and you know interacting with customer data, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing that I have found pretty useful is that Claude now has this recap feature that's baked into the bottom of every single terminal session, which is super helpful, I find, because of the exact same thing that you're dealing with. But Codex doesn't actually have that. So right now it just happens to be that all these are Codex or Claude sessions because I'm just doing more exploratory things and I was testing out the Ultra code. But yeah, typically I'll have Codex sessions as well, and they don't have this yet. So, but yeah, do you find that this is helpful? Like, or yeah, I'm curious. I think another thing also that uh, that terminal or sorry iTerm will do sometimes. I don't really know exactly how it works. I don't know if Claude is the one that Claude must be the one that provides this, but you can see there's also a title associated with each of the terminal sessions, so that's helpful too. But again, you can see it's a little bit unreliable because this session here we don't actually have a description here for some reason. So yeah. Yeah, I'm curious what your result of your investigation is though, because that would be something that would be helpful for me too. If you don't use iTerm, I would highly recommend it. Hmm. Oh my God, it's on YouTube. Hmm. Bridge space. Interesting. Yeah, iTerm has been my go-to even before the AI age, but bridge space. Oh, this is interesting. How much does it cost? Ha. Okay, so it's simple software pricing, classic. You can also check out. I stopped using it, but it was good at first. I don't know how much it's involved. It's open source. It's free. It's oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is it called? What's that open source work tree multi-agent management software YC backed? Um, yeah, I can't quite remember the name. Oh my gosh, how am I forgetting? It's ridiculous. That's a very interesting bridge space. I mean, if I like, I could see this being helpful. The fact that I'm wondering like what the revenue is on this because honestly, like guarantee. I feel like I could just build one better, to be honest. I mean, maybe I'm biased. I just feel like this is what I've always wanted to build, and this is like my dream project. But I just didn't build it because honestly, I just felt like it's not very defensible. I really feel like Claude or Codex is gonna end up owning this space at some point. And I didn't really think people would pay for this, to be honest. But yeah, it's cool. Oh, M dash. M dash is another one that you could check out. Free, it's free. M dash YC. Yeah, it looks like they've gotten a bit better over time. So you can take a check. You can take a look at this one too. You might find this one cool. It looks like this one's gotten a bit better actually. M dash. I stopped using it a while ago, but yeah, it definitely looks better. Cool. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm a bit confused though. Like, sorry. In what case are jobs marked as waiting? I think that's my confusion here. Is that for when, or sorry, not jobs, pardon me, workflow runs. Is that for when like we hit concurrency limits? We don't we have any concurrency limits right now at all. But if we were to introduce them, is that sort of what this is intended for? Oh, it's sitting on a wait job. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's just like it doesn't really have much functional value, really. It's just something that provides like an additional information into the step, but it actually could technically drift because there's nothing enforcing that or like logic that depends on it. Is that correct? Okay, so at the top of the document, actually top of both documents, could you define like a list of use cases and or requirements and or just general execution flows? Like I say and or purposefully here. Uh, because you don't need to define all three. Just choose whatever you think is more applicable for the scenario. But the overall objective of why I want you to define kind of the overall flows is, for example, like I want to make sure that we're aligned on the contact node stuff, like when the contact nodes are updated, what is updated, what is used, and when. Uh, what is supplied and where and when. And then for the automation support, obviously, is it's quite vast. So yeah, you might need a little bit of more of extensive information there. But basically, yeah, it's just something that I don't want you like to outline every single thing under the sun, but I do want it to be robust enough for me to kind of read through it and just make sure that we're on the same page with almost everything, and to be able to, yeah, just yeah, align on kind of the intended behavior. Uh, you mentioned realized I forgot to answer one of your questions earlier. You said something about my voice thing. Am I using? Oh, are you using Super Whisper? No, I use. And this is just my preferred way of doing voice to text. I've used Whisperflow. I've used a few different things, but this is just kind of what I prefer. So already, if you don't already have it, this is like a non-negotiable. I would almost say it's a non-negotiable. Oh wow, what is it called? Yes. So would highly recommend Raycast as a replacement for your uh, as a replacement for what the heck? Why is this not working? Okay, for some reason I can't send this message. I don't know why YouTube is preventing this. Okay, let's just do Raycast. What the heck? What's going on here? I can't even chat. What's okay? My OBS is just like completely bugged out right now. Okay, so I guess I just can't type like I at all. Let me try to send a reaction. See if that unbugs it. Nope, nothing. Yeah, okay. My OBS is completely broken. Maybe I'll try to start Q&A and see if this helps. Refresh it. Select a question. Okay, no, this is completely. Oh, now I can't even. Oh no. Oh, oh, nice. It did. Love just understanding software. Okay, Raycast.com. I just unbugged my OBS by like screwing around with the chat bar until it worked. So Raycast. I would highly recommend going into I have a video that like briefly touches on this in a little bit more detail, but in a nutshell, Raycast basically, actually I'll open up here. It's a terminal, or sorry, it's your macOS Finder replacement. So it's just much better than macOS Finder in many ways, but there's also millions of different extensions that you can leverage if you'd prefer to leverage such extensions. Where is this brainwave walkthrough? And I only use it for just macOS Finder purposes. It's just a much better Finder than the default one. And I use it for clipboard history. So if I do C, which is a keyboard shortcut, I can see my entire clipboard history. And then I also use it for my voice to text. So there's a free extension, completely free, no charge whatsoever. Okay, great. Fantastic. And yeah, it's just a voice to text extension. I think it's just called Whisper. Actually, I can't even remember what it's called. I guess I can just search it up. Extensions. Whisper. Yeah, Whisper dictations, completely free. And you have dictation history and dictate with AI. You also have AI refinement. I turn that off. It's just raw. It's not perfect. It's not great for like if you're writing emails and sending messages to people. That's more where I think Whisperflow is much better at. But this is great because I prefer just an unedited ramble that I can send into AI. Because the reason I use voice to text in the first place is because voice to text is actually measurably faster than typing, and I'm like a top, I think, 1% typer too as well. Like I'm super fast typer, but even then, it's much faster for me to just ramble off things, especially when I get into talking quick. So yeah. Anyways, voice to text would highly recommend, and this whisper dictation, yeah, it's good, good flow. Well, I guess I don't even need to send you that little part of the brain repo walkthrough because it's not even worth it now. So I just kind of went through it. What am I building? I am building EMLY AI. So yeah, CEO and co-founder of an AI receptionist company for realtors. We essentially just make sure that no one ever goes to voicemail, and so we handle potential buyers, sellers, other realtors with inbound calls. And we also have like automations set up so that like a new someone signs up on your website, they will get a call from EMLY within 2 to 3 minutes, and the objective is that EMLY will kind of transfer it directly to the realtor if they're qualified, or they'll book straight into the calendar. So it's targeted specifically toward realtors. Our website right now is more generic, just because we do have other customers and we don't want to necessarily close it off. But ultimately, we're focusing on realtors, doubling down on realtors, because there are millions and millions of voice AI companies out there. We're just one of many, and it's a pretty tough competitive space. But the real estate space is relatively weak, I would say. And so, and our founding team is much more geared towards that. I would argue in some ways, because one of our founders is actually a top 5% Canadian realtor themselves. And so yeah, anyways, that's what I'm building. So at this very moment, though, I'm building out the automation system that we have even further, because right now we have automated calls, but it's just one call and that's it. So right now I'm building out a system where if you call and they don't answer, it'll double call. Like you can basically configure it such that you can enable a double call, which sometimes bypasses like do not disturb, for example, and then it'll leave a voicemail if they don't pick up again, and then it'll wait 6 hours or wait until the next day or whatever, and then you can call at that point too, and then it'll just keep on calling. So it's just basically a workflow engine, really, and that's what I'm building out right now. Goddamn, I can't remember what the hell prompt I sent in. What is it working on right now? Oh yeah. Yeah. Could you frame both of them more so around like forward looking, like what will exist, what is the proposal end to end, rather than what does exist today? Because like for example, it says the per call automation context is supplied at summarized time, not persisted in the section. Is that's not what we want, right? Like that's the old approach. We're wanting to move towards it being persisted. Am I correct in saying that? Also, why are you saying campaigns are out of scope? Like that's not true, right? We want to also capture the intended behavior for campaigns versus regular calls. Like for contact notes, like I haven't even looked at the other one, but like what we want is I want very clearly like what happens before calls of every single type, what happens after calls of every single type. Yeah. Why are you saying optionally sync to the CRM? We have complete bidirectional syncing with CRMs, so it's never going to be optional. That makes no sense. is objective schema? Also, what is objective schema? I don't see it. Oh, never mind. Sorry, ignore that. Ignore that. Just answer the first part. Hmm. So for the wait step, we have two types of waits. I don't know if it's two different step types, but just like two different ways of waiting. Like you either wait a duration, which we already have, or you can be like, 3 days from now at 2 p.m. or 5 days from now at 2 p.m. or tomorrow at 2 p.m. I guess a day plus a time of day, or sorry, a day increment plus a time of day. Call attempt schema. Delay before attempt. Also, delay before attempt on the call attempt schema, we don't even need that. It's just double call is basically, it's just back-to-back calls. Like as soon as the first call is placed, if they don't pick up, we call again. As simple as that. We don't want to, I think the delay before attempt that's just a bit too much, especially considering we already have a wait step. Okay. All right, I think we're pretty much good to go. Oh, I just realized. I can actually push dev because everything works. Oh, I just realized actually one way I can test to see if it works. I'm gonna go ahead and deploy again. Hold on. Run deploy beta. Is I can just open up a contact or a campaign page, click and then just see if it refreshes in 10 minutes. It'd be great if it doesn't. What? Uh, hmm. Okay. I actually agree with everything here. This is super good. Uh, on the contact notes design, which is good, I actually agree with everything that your at a glance end-to-end behavior says. Um, just one thing to be clear about, I guess, is like the external context. If we don't have follow-up boss connected as one of their integrations, we obviously won't be populating that in any of these scenarios. Keeping in mind that, of course, we will be allowing other CRMs in the future. It's just right now, it's not. This isn't baked in. One other thing that we're not really covering in this design, but right now I think we have two separate. Hmm, two like we would probably have two separate pipelines. I think we have two separate pipelines for generating these contact notes, like the AI pipelines. One for follow-up boss probably, and then the other one for like the other contact note stuff. And I think I'd prefer it to actually just be one AI pipeline where the orchestrator of the pipeline, like that orchestrates the steps, determines which steps are run. And then we just have one step for the call summary stuff, one step for the follow-up boss stuff, and then in the future we might have other steps for other CRMs or Google Meetings or whatever, what have you. Because I think that the way that the way that the summaries should be generated should be agnostic of the call type. Right? It should be just, yeah, it should be the same prompts, same instructions, no matter what type of call or what scenario we're in, because the same contact notes is going to be used across every single scenario. One actually thing that I'm now realizing is that campaigns Oh, okay, perfect. You do actually say that the contact notes are merged as a separate section at assembly time. So this is like, it's basically going to be like a custom, just a custom addition to the compiler, where like we just kind of put into the compiled contact notes, we put like a separate section at the bottom that contains those stuff or that stuff. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay, this all makes sense to me, I think. Just make some few tweaks according to what I said. But this doc looks pretty good to me. Yeah, I think we're actually in a good spot. This is pretty sick. I'm really excited for these to come together. Let's go into the V3 here now. Contact notes coupling. Out of scope. Campaigns. No concurrency page. No tag. Campaigns. So what needs to happen to campaigns? What needs to happen all of this in order for campaigns to work? Yeah, that's a separate design. Separate design. Few things I wanted to mention, I think, as a part of the workflow engine design doc, maybe at the bottom or something, of what current behavior is going to be kind of like removed or deprecated as a part of this. Like, for example, like there's not going to be any more like use activity as contact notes button. Obviously, there's not going to be like wait before execution anymore because that's going to be replaced with like a wait section in the actual workflow itself. Um, there's not going to be, I guess one thing that I want to mention is obviously like the for now, as far as the UI is concerned, there's still just going to be one objectives, one voicemail prompt. And if they do configure voicemail, and one opening greeting defined once by the user, and then it's used across everything. Yeah. Um, oh, actually, one other thing that I think we're missing here now that I'm looking at it is I think that in the voicemail configuration, let me just go to um the voicemail configuration. Oh, I see. It's optional. So just to be clear, if the voicemail message prompt is not provided, is that the case that that we actually define it for them, like we come up with our own? Because that's the current behavior. I just want to make sure that's like replicated here as well. Yeah, this is pretty good. I'm pretty stoked on this. Reviewed Jad's updated design doc. I think I did that yesterday. Oh, wait. Oh, no, yeah, we're good. Actually, I completed this. It's done. Full body AI profile. That's going to be a tomorrow thing. Well, it might even be Monday. We'll see. Book New York flights. That's done. Sequencing update. I think I'm okay for now. Test all of Claude's recent changes. Oh, I'm doing that right now. Actually, I've already done this, except for the Google, the Google login stuff. I don't know if I want to test it or not. I'm still kind of on the fence about it. Wait, where the hell is it? This is stressing me out. Where is the Google? Oh, here it is. Actually, I'm just gonna pop a Codex session and just see Codex. Let's see. Is there any? Okay, there's no updates, I guess. Let's see the model. Okay, we're still 5.5, still only extra high. Crazy. What else? We have fast already on. Ooh, experimental. Let's check out any experimental features that I don't have right now. Memories, create memories from conversations and bring. Yeah, sure. Experimental. Space. Network proxy. Start from. No. At V2. Use the unified app files and skills. I don't know. I'm kind of gotten used to the $sign, so I kind of like the $sign. Prevent sleep while running. Okay, I already have that, so we're fine. Okay. Could you extend? Oh, memories will be enabled next session. Let's just source and Codex. Could you extensively validate the work tree login, Google login work tree? Don't switch the current working directory, to be clear. I want you to just pop into that work tree, extensively validate every single commit and the overall objective of the code. Use the validate task, use the validate logic. I don't care how you do it. I want you to spawn rounds of subagents, like, you know, rounds of like 5 subagents to tackle one area, then another round of 5 subagents to tackle another area, another 5. Like, my point is I want you to spend significant effort and an unreasonable amount of subagents to validate every single possible thing when it comes to that Google login implementation end to end, according to the Google Docs, to ensure its correctness, to the point that, you know, if you choose a number of subagents on your own without my instruction, I want you to double it. That's how crazy I want. Even if it's the exact same prompts, I want extensive validation. You shouldn't be doing any of the work yourself, by the way. All of the subagents should be investigating, and then if they report findings, you should get subagents to actually fix those findings. And what you're going to end up producing is, you can use a task planning if you'd like, and like a work tree phase loop or a work tree task if you want. It's kind of up to you. Like, the skills is what I'm referencing, obviously. But what you're going to produce is just one single commit with all of the fixes. Actually, no, I take that back. You're going to go and update. Actually, yeah. A single commit with all the fixes. That's what I want. Oh, well, bye, Jonathan. It was nice seeing you. Oh, I'm now realizing it's 1:08. I haven't eaten food. Yeah. The schema currently models them per call. Whoa. Wait, per attempt? No, it doesn't. It's not per attempt. It's just per call step, and that's completely fine. I already told you that. Um, I want them per step. No, yeah, I definitely want them per step. I just like because I feel like that's just much more flexible for future, and it's a lot easier for scoping as well. I'm more like we will manually copy them from a front end perspective, or like the front end will submit one, and then we can copy them in the back end, or the front end will have one text box and it will manually copy it for the API call. It's up to like you how you implement it, but I do think I don't want to model our back end like that. I'd rather model it separately. Also, for the contact note stuff, like, do you agree with the stuff that I was saying, or do you disagree? Like, challenge my design if you think it's incorrect, right? I'm totally open for that. Okay, yeah, I should probably eat food. Um, maybe I just turn on the air fryer and I'll come back in a sec. Oh. Okay, so caller context. Confirm CRM synced name and email. Huh. I think this might be something that Okay, so this one, I just talked to my co-founder about it. Like this one's like a borderline thinking is sort of highly coupled with what is it? Industry prompt templates. And this is a really big one. I'll go through the design of this one when it happens. But basically, the idea here is okay. It's not even industry prompt templates. Let's actually hold on. I gotta put my chicken in. So the premise that Emily is making, and like the whole the whole bet that I'm making, is that you take any industry, any business within that industry, fundamentally has will have the same types of callers and the same call flows within a certain configuration set or to a certain degree. There will be differences, without a doubt, but those can be abstracted away from the core configuration for such industry. Now, we're starting with just real estate, so obviously that's what we're doubling down on. But the whole point of EMLY is that we want to go deep into an industry, real estate to start, and it'll take like 1 or 2 years to even get there, but we want to be able to handle all of the different callers and all of the different call flows perfectly, 10 times out of 10, according to real call data and real results for such industry. So taking real estate, they have many different types of people calling, and inbound, that is. But outbound, we want to apply the same sort of exact same sort of thinking to outbound. We want to be able to codify and template every single inbound and outbound scenario for any particular industry and expose a very minimal, slim configuration set to the end business that they configure, meaning that majority of the way that we're handling calls are actually opinionated based on our call data and best practices and what actually is proven to work versus not, or be good versus not. So yeah, anyways, that's the premise. And yeah, you take real estate. It's like they have buyers, sellers, builders, other realtors, people referring them. The list goes on and on and on. And they actually want different handling, or we want different handling for shit. We want different handling for each of those. So that's the vision. That's what's going on, generally speaking. And when I say different handling, I don't just mean like the way that the call flows, but even like the information that you would collect for booking a meeting. Like right now, for example, the way that EMLY works, which is not desirable, is actually the way that it books meetings for realtors is actually the exact same as the way that it books meetings for a new lead. It collects the email, collects the first name and last name, and if the reason for the meeting is not already evident from the call, it'll ask for a reason. And then it books. But in fact, we're now understanding, like as we understand realtors more and more, that's not always going to be like the ideal case, right? Like if a realtor books or a realtor calls and wants to talk to another realtor, but they're just not available, we want to just right away like, oh yeah, okay, absolutely no problem. I'll get you some time in Kyle's calendar. What time works best? Okay, 3 p.m. tomorrow? Great. Like that works for Kyle. I'll get him to call you tomorrow. That's it. We barely even need their name. We don't even care. As long as they're a realtor. Okay, no, I mean, we probably would collect the name, but you get the point. We definitely don't need the email or reason for calling. Actually, reason for calling would probably be helpful still, but you get the idea. We definitely don't need the email at the very least because it's just like realtors, they call back and forth. We don't want to disrupt that flow. The email is one extra step that just introduces unnecessary friction for other realtors to call other realtors. And that's not the point, right? We want to be frictionless. We want EMLY to be as human as possible and efficient and as effective as possible, irrespective of the situation. Okay, so this confirm CRM sync name and email during call flows is actually slightly coupled. I'm actually gonna put it there. Oh shit, that didn't really work. Oh damn, that just completely screwed it. Okay, let's create related parent issue, and no, not create parent issue. Shit, it's not what I meant to do. Oh, I'm breaking everything now. Okay. I want to say open, no, mark as sub issue of, and then we can put industry. So anyways, there's this like confirm CRM sync name and email during call flows. And I'm almost thinking it's sort of related to this idea where there are certain, this is a scenario where we've never spoken to this person before. Therefore, we want to confirm that their name is actually their name before just calling them by name, because it's kind of weird. If you've called a real, if you, let's say that, they haven't called a realtor in like years, but somehow, it's the person's in a CRM already. It's like a random person picking up the phone, be like, "Hey, Kyle." That's just kind of odd. So it'd be like, "Hey, is this Kyle?" Like, yeah, it's Kyle. Oh, like, great to hear from you again, Kyle. Like, how can I help you today? Right? Like, anyways, it's just sort of the general idea of like, it's a persona or it's a conditional based scenario, depending on who's calling and depending on why they're calling. So we need to understand not only the intent of the call, but also the persona of the call and the different contexts around that call. Because the context of the call, in fact, even that, oh, I'm so excited for this to actually come out or to be fleshed out. I think that this is kind of cool because even transfers being available. Huh. Yeah, okay, sorry. There's a lot of context that could change the way that the call flows. And that's ultimately what we're trying to build. So, yeah, I'm not even going to touch that with a 10-foot pole for now, I don't think. I'll be right back. Okay. Anywho, where are we at here? Wait, move off the attempt. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I did not ask you to do that. No. No. Voicemail should not be moved off the attempt. Again, it's the same principle. Like, the configuration should still be per attempt. The only thing is that the voicemail prompting itself would be copied over from like some sort of like root config. Like, just treat it the exact same way as what I was saying about um like the opening greeting and the objective stuff. Like, it's the exact same idea. What the hell? Don't let it call. Yeah, that's correct. No, yeah, hold on. What? What? No, I never said don't let call ever block on AI summarization, including outbound. I never said that. Definitely not. We want it to block on an outbound. That's the whole point. What the hell? Okay, you don't persist the raw input. Um, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fine. I agree. Input hash. That's fine. Uh, just make the input optional maybe. Don't drop the input field itself, but just make it optional, and then we I think we should still store it on most reasonable cases, but in some cases we just drop it then. Well, yeah, I mean when the compiled, obviously when it's null, it just doesn't include that section. Like what how is that confusing? Like yeah, the user notes should never be littered with empty stuff. That makes no sense at all. I'm very confused. Oh, I see. It's challenging. Yeah, this is a fucking cooked recommendation. I'm actually like, I'm a bit upset that AI even recommended this. Like, no, absolutely not. It should delay or fail by a summarization. Absolutely, it should. Very confused. Anywho, chicken is ready. I'm gonna, as I lost an old Benoni game this morning, I'm gonna watch a video on. Hmm. Let's just search up Benoni. Um, what is this? What are you saying over here, Igor? Is this on the Benoni? Ah, Benoni. Advantages of the old Benoni. Okay. Oh, I want like an old Benoni is white video. Okay, I'll actually watch this video because Igor is generally decently good at explaining things. And then hanging pawns, very interesting videos here. All right, that's Okay, I'll watch these two videos.
Hello.
Generally, the advanced is sort of what I'm after here.
And hopefully you can win. Stronger opponents and those who don't play the London system will usually play pawn d5. This
I play the London system. Is there even a way for me to continue with the London system? I feel like there's not really, right?
move gives you a very handy option of going queen b6.
No, I don't want... This move makes no sense. Because takes, I don't want that. I don't want this diagonal open up at all. That's not the London. That's not a pure London at all. There's so many issues with this. Yeah, I'd rather just play the advanced.
And hope we can win. Stronger opponent.
Okay. I'm gonna watch these two videos and eat some food. Accordingly... Yeah, because outbound, like, if you, like, the whole point of outbound calls is you need that context. That's, like, the fundamental reason you're performing an outbound call is because you have some context and, yeah, you need to reach out accordingly. So I am a bit worried, like, about your fundamental understanding of our system. I mean, I've looked through these documents, I'm generally happy with them, but I just, yeah, I don't know. I guess you're just an AI. Like, I don't know why I'm talking to you about this. Meaningless, but hey, have a good rest of your day, Jonathan. Hope your TMUX investigation goes well. Feel free to pop back in at some point and let me know what you ended up choosing, whether it's M dash, that other I can't remember that other solution you showed me, or iTerm 2, or whatever it is. But yeah, have a great rest of your day. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch a chess video and eat some food. Actually, I guess I don't really need to. Oh, I do need to go into like BRB mode because technically, oh, I can just like go in privacy mode, I guess, because I think this is technically not allowed. I don't know, 30M, eating lunch, watching. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Oh.
Opponents and those who don't play the London system will usually play pawn d5. In this case, you continue with knight f6, taking away this square so that they can't easily play e4 and solidify their center. Therefore, they will usually play pawn c4, defending their center that way, and at this point you are at the crossroad. So there are two ways to handle this position. The first option is to play the Banco gambit, going for b5 and then for pawn a6, and after this trade, we have this situation where you sacrifice the pawn, but you have a quicker development and a lot of lines and diagonals for your pieces and some clear attacking ideas. Now, I won't talk about this because that is a separate opening. I've got another video about this, so if you want to see it, I'll drop a link down below in the description. Actually, even if you don't want to see it, I'll drop it down below in the description anyways. But speaking about the Benko Gambit, it's a nice opening, but I understand that maybe not everybody wants to play this. Therefore, here you can also just play the old Benoni itself. In this case, you just play pawn d6 to have some presence in the center to stop e4, e5 for some reason, if they ever want to really push that. After this, if they go something like knight c3, you then play pawn g6. Similar to the Benko Gambit, you clearly want to develop the bishop to this diagonal because it is open, thanks to their pawn being pushed forward. Now it's an open diagonal, virtually free of pawns, and you want to put your bishop there. Well, this diagonal is clearly blocked. After this, they're going to play pawn e4, you put the bishop to this nice position, and at this point it's important to understand your plan, because white can develop their pieces anyhow. If you think about this, they can develop this bishop to e3, f4, g5, and same thing with other pieces, they can develop them anyhow. But it doesn't really matter. Your way of development and your plan remains to be the same. Therefore, if you understand your setup, you're going to play it well, and I'll focus on that rather than very specific variations. The most played move by white here is actually pawn f4. They're trying to be ambitious and grab the center completely. To this you simply castle. By the way, we never worry, or at least early in the game, about this move pawn e5, because right now they're totally undeveloped, and therefore it is clearly premature for them to try attacking you. Now after the exchange and knight g4, actually they're in trouble, and they're going down because they overextended their position without enough support from their pieces. Therefore, it's better for white to just continue their development, play knight to f3. Now, how are you going to attack in this position? Usually, you need to undermine their pawn chain here in the middle of the board, because it is indeed quite strong. How do you do that? There are two ways. It's either pawn a6 or pawn b5. You usually prepare that by going a6 first. So these are the two classical ideas here, as well as in all kinds of Benko Gambit stuff, to attack the white center. Now, you usually begin with the move pawn e6 just because it's easier. You can play it straight away with no preparation. While in order to actually arrange that a6 b5, usually you need to spend some time because white controls that square pretty well. Therefore, we begin with pawn to e6. And after that, they will continue their development somehow. We never worry about pawn take e6. That is actually a positional mistake from white side, because this pawn on d5 is very strong. It ensures white space advantage. It takes away this good square from your knight to be developed to, and therefore if they voluntarily give up their positional advantage, nice. You can recapture either by the bishop or by the pawn. In this case, you also strengthen your own control in the middle of the board, and things are pretty nice. On the next turn, you can develop your knight to c6. Later, you can bring it to d4. You've got this semi-open file for your rook. Maybe you can even in some lines play knight h5 and take aim at this pawn, and then bring the other knight to d4. You can see that it actually makes it easier for you to play after white gave up their central control. Therefore, if your opponent knows this, they're going to play something like bishop e2, then you can successfully trade in the middle of the board. They can recapture with either pawn, but it doesn't really matter, your plan will be the same. After this, we have this nice file for our rook, and we also need to complete the development of our queen side. I have this nice, then you can Therefore, if your opponent knows this, then you can even in some lines either pawn. We never worry about pawn. You can play straight away with no preparation. While in order to actually arrange that a6 b5, usually you need to spend some time because white controls that square pretty well. Therefore, we begin with pawn to e6. And after that, they will continue their development somehow. We never worry about pawn take e6. That is actually a positional mistake from white side, because this pawn on d5 is very strong. It ensures white space advantage. It takes away this good square from your knight to be developed to, and therefore if they voluntarily give up their positional advantage, Nice. You can recapture either by the bishop or by the pawn. In this case, you also strengthen your own control in the middle of the board, and things are pretty nice. On the next turn, you can develop your knight to c6. Later, you can bring it to d4. You've got this semi-open file for your rook. Maybe you can even in some lines play knight h5 and take aim at this pawn, and then bring the other knight to d4. You can see that it actually makes it easier for you to play after white gave up their central control. Therefore, if your opponent knows this, they're gonna play something like bishop e2, then you can successfully trade in the middle of the board. They can recapture with either a pawn, but it doesn't really matter, your plan will be the same. After this, we have this nice file for our rook, and we also need to complete the development of our queenside. I love playing bishop g4 in these positions just for its simplicity, even if objectively you have some other ideas to play. You need to complete the development of your queenside pieces somehow. If you play knight to d7 straight away, you block your own bishop. And that is why we first put the bishop out, and after that on the next move we play knight d7. Now you completed your development and things are good. If they ever play pawn h3, and usually they will, that's not a problem, we're gonna trade it off. This knight from f3 was actually an important piece, supporting this potential e5 advancement, and therefore we're okay to trade off this knight. And then you can also go rook e8, another common move, putting your rook to the active position, and putting pressure down this pawn, although right now it is defended, but anyways, in the future white will need to take care of it. Sometimes, if white is careless, you've got even this move b5, trying to distract the knight and then to grab this central pawn, which is more important than a side pawn. Even those tactical tricks are available. Sometimes they'll try to just reinforce the center and go something like rook to e1. Now, what do you do then? b4, if you continue our file for here, is actually e5 for f straight to be put position of red, knight d3, we are a little plan and moves to elevate.
Hello students! In today's video, which is dedicated for advanced players as well, we will learn how to play against the Benoni defense with the white pieces. I will introduce you to all the main plans and ideas, as well as the move orders. At first, let's see how do we get to the Benoni defense. White starts the game with d4, black plays knight f6, or sometimes they could also start with c5, white plays c4 and black plays c5. To be honest, I think that the only way to some kind of tangible advantage for white in this position is to push the pawn and claim space. b5 would be leading to one of the best gambits in chess for the black pieces that we call the Penko gambit, and the Benoni starts with e6. White plays natural moves, knight to c3, takes and takes, then they play pawn to d6, and after e4 we have normal classical Benoni defense. Let's take a moment to learn more about the pawn structure of Benoni and cover all plans for both sides before we move to look at
All right, I guess I'm back. Drinking some water. Hmm. All right. I think before we get back to work, well, you know, maybe I should start the implementation of this first. That could be a more worthwhile. Side note, do you think that we should do the context note stuff first and then the workflow redesign? Or do you think that the workflow redesign and the contact notes can be done in parallel with like some rebase conflicts being expected and fine? Or do you think that they should just be done as part of the same overall implementation? Additionally, I just want to make sure that we've made it clear that the tables, like the old automation tables, are going to be completely dropped. Or maybe not the tables, because we might need the tables to still exist, but um, eventually we'll be dropping any of the old fields for sure. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna play a quick game. I think I might go for a run today at some point too, but no, I'm gonna play a quick game. I'm really am eager to get that 1200 under my belt. I'm really hoping I can do that pretty soon here. So, okay. We're at 1179. We ended the day yesterday at 1187. So, our first objective, naturally, is going to be to get back up to that. So let's see if we can do it. Okay, so we're on the yeah, we got the black pieces on this one. We have a Caro-Kann, which is the opening that I'm most familiar with, which is, I guess, good, generally speaking. Opponent's rating is nearly identical to mine, so we have Caro-Kann Advanced variation. In fact, I don't actually like this move. I prefer to incentivize this move by just going here. Okay, well, he does it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I got two options here, really. I can bring the knight out immediately, or I can pin the knight. Either is fine. He pins my knight, I pin his. Tit for tat. Yeah, this is way too short, this part here. Oh, yeah, whatever. It'll grow. It'll grow. Just gotta keep my eyes on the prize here. So he's not too sure what to do. Um, hmm. Okay, he decides to take. That's fine. Reinforces my center. Okay, well, this is actually good for him. It's good. It's good that he took early. I will definitely win these pawns back. Considering he doesn't know the opening, I almost guarantee that I will win at least this pawn. Basically, what people typically try to do is they'll try. Yeah, okay, they'll defend here, but they don't quite fully, I think, realize that I can actually. The move order that I do here is I'll basically take, or no, sorry, I go here. Okay. Okay, so this doesn't quite work now, actually. Now I think about it. So I'm still just going to do this, assuming he takes back with the queen. Yeah, as he should. And I can go here, here. Here's probably actually best. I have check. And it actually, because he does this or this, I win this if he allows this. In fact, yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably my best move. Depending. Now, of course, if he castles, that's no longer winning. But if he does this, for example, it's... Oh, no, this doesn't do anything either. He can't... Oh. That's an option. Okay, he's actually defending his pawns, which is kind of surprising for 1187. Typically, I will have at least one pawn by now. So I'm thinking I either bring the rook out, I go here... I could fianchetto. That's an option. Hitting this pawn, giving me 2 attackers on this pawn. I don't actually hate that as an idea. So it's either this or this or this. I mean, if this, he's probably just going to do one of these. I don't really know exactly how I should continue. Maybe I do this, just undermining his pawns. If push, maybe I do this first, and then I do this. With the idea that if takes, then I take. But then this. Okay, so he defends. Thinking this is fine. I don't know, actually, how to break through here. My king's still in the center. So is his, though. Oh, wow, that's an interesting choice. Wow, he's okay, he's very aggressive with these pawns of his. Yeah, wow. I don't really have a choice. I feel like I have to. I mean, this is not looking very promising for my bishop here. So I think I actually might do this. He doesn't want to push. He just blocked in his knight too, which is kind of good for me. Okay, so I will do this. This is not a common. I feel like you don't typically fianchetto in the or do you? I actually don't know. I rarely fianchetto in the Caro-Kann, but in this position, it just seems like it's a good idea. This pawn can't push, especially without this knight here. I don't want to take and open up his rook, especially considering my rook's not there anymore. I would prefer to incentivize this. He doesn't want to push because then I take, and he doesn't really have any way of defending that square with a piece that's less valuable. He would need to dance his... Actually, no, his knight needs to be here or here. If his knight's there, I can always just take it. So, actually, then it reinforces the center. I don't know if I would want to do that, but it's still... That's quite a while away. I mean, he has to do this. So that's... Oh, no, sorry, pardon. What does he have to do? He has to do... Yeah, okay, that's like a 5-move rotation. So that's simply not going to happen. So this square, this whole situation, I think I'm okay with for now. Until further notice, at least. What's my target right now? Basically, he's probably going to go here. Protecting this. Okay, or that. That's actually... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm thinking, should I push in the middle? Kind of a crazy move, but Like, does this pawn break? If he pushes, does that do anything good for me? No, not really, does it? Huh. Just sort of thinking if he takes, then I can either take back with the queen and add another attacker to this immediately, or I could take back with this, hitting his queen. I could go here, hitting his queen now. I could push. Pretty much he has to take at that point. But I think I'll probably castle first before I do anything. I don't. Not a, yeah, this one's a people. Yeah, I don't know. This 1200 goal of mine is looking a little bit dicey. People at this level are like they play solid chess, and that's a problem. That is a problem. The fact that this is what I want to do means that I'm probably in a worse position than he is. The fact that this is like my incentive right now is a red flag. If I do this, he does this or this, adding another defender doesn't really do anything for me at all. If I take, he takes, or I take, he takes, and opens up his rook. Either way, not a huge fan of that. This pawn is really my only hope of survival. I guess I have this, so I could go here. Defending, it depends as well. Maybe I could try and add another attacker onto the pawn. Not really. I don't have any room to rotate around. I could go here. And then there, if the pawn didn't exist there. So my only position for the knight that would actually help this scenario is here. And in order to get there, I don't even know if I can get there. I mean, well, I would need to rotate from one of these two squares, so it's just this square. And in order to get this square, I gotta be here. So yeah, I actually, or here, I can't, or here, which is the square I need to be from. Yeah, so I can't, is something crazy like this gonna happen? That's just wild, right? Like, I shouldn't even consider that. It would be really nice, though, to be honest. And then I actually could do my dream rotation. Oh no, I can't even still. Huh. Do I push, take? No, because then the friggin' rook is undefended. Do I just line up on this and just let this all sit here? If I do that here, he goes here. I don't have any follow-up at all. If I do this, sure, it's a move. It's a developing move. It prevents me from going on this diagonal, which I don't really need to have control over. So it basically forces him to do this or this, which isn't a big deal really at all. Like that's why I didn't want to make this move, but it's the only move I can really think of. Oh, he gave up the pawn. Oh, I see. But can't I just trade? Yeah. This... Doesn't this win a pawn? Win the pawn back? I feel like it does. I think that was a mistake. I think his idea here was to go to take my pawn without realizing I can just take. He took back with this pawn, which is actually interesting, off center, and his rook's back. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. This pawn chain is nice and strong, and he actually has he has a pass pawn completely, and then a partial pass pawn on the b file. So it's definitely nice for him, for sure, in the long run. But I did just win my pawn back. Okay, so he wants this trade. Why is it that he wants this trade? Is there anything like, am I going to lose my queen by doing this? No, not really, right? Oh, I'm okay. He can bring his rook here, but it's not the end of the world for me. I'm generally fine. I can draw back. He doesn't have any attack. Okay, so he hits this pawn, forcing me to go here. Or I can drop my knight back, which is another option. or I can defend it. So here, 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 or here. The knight back one is kind of interesting. Don't know how I feel about it. Knight back, what does it allow me to do, though? Nothing really. I think I'd rather move in this direction and hit the queen. At first glance, it actually looks decent, but then he takes and hits my queen, so it doesn't actually work. Though this is check, so this would actually be a blunder. Or no, it wouldn't be a blunder. Hold on. If I go here and he takes, thinking that he has the queen on the next move, yeah, it is a blunder. Check, because he has to take here, and then I can move my queen anywhere. So this is not a terrible move, actually. Oh, it defends this too. Oh, I didn't even realize that. So this seems pretty decent, actually. It opens up this, which hits the rook maybe, and this pawn too. Meaning the rook would have to come here, and then... Oh, I guess actually no, it was not that good, because I would just need to come right back home. Though the rook would need to go here, allowing me to technically go here, because he can't take the rook. Because I have the queen defending. It's a little bit of a weird position. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I want to continue this. So our pawn structures, my pawns are all connected. His are on dark squares. We have no bishops on the board, just have knights. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know. I think both pawn structures are pretty solid, it looks like. I don't see any issues with it. This is a check that doesn't really give me much. He can only go here, but doesn't really help me. I don't really see it helping me. I could start pushing the pawns, potentially. I think going after this pawn seems like a decent idea. Okay, so he does what exactly with this? He wants to come in here, maybe? Or maybe he wants to hit my queen going here, then push, then I lose the knight. Or basically hitting the queen. Yeah, actually, that seems like a good plan for him. Going here again, king goes into the middle, but I can rotate here, hitting the queen. But I don't actually do anything crazy. If I go here, check, opens up his rook. Here doesn't work. Knight protects, queen protects. He can scoot into here, doesn't materially, it adds another attacker onto this. If he did that, I could come back here. I do think though that he's won this pawn because I've failed, or no, maybe not. Maybe I can, if I go here, I'm actually fine to add another defender to this. Oh, I can just drop back. So this move is actually not a huge threat. If I did this, for example, no, it hangs the freaking knight. I'm just sort of thinking if I could pin this pawn, I could give him this check, force him into the corner, or here. I could follow that with like something like this. It doesn't quite work. This check is still useless. Rotate here, for example, doesn't do me much. I can't rotate here or here at all. I could maybe push this pawn, weakens this pawn, and my king, obviously. Maybe I push that pawn, then rock back, and try to push this pawn to defend the knight, and then push again, or bring the knight back after that. Doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world. Maybe I just bring this back and just push this pawn anyways. defending it here. That actually seems decent, pushing the pawns up, because this side of the board's clearly not going to happen. Though this knight is definitely annoying, and he's eventually... But then again, I can always defend, so... I think this is what I'll do. With the idea that I push the pawn, and I actually simultaneously defend this pawn and the knight with one move. They're both this pawn can be and this pawn can be supported with my knights, or sorry, with my okay. So this is the perfect move, right? Like this both adds another defender to the knight and adds another defender to this. It seems fine to me. He can't take the knight with the pawn there, so yeah, that seems good. The only thing now is that this pawn is stuck here, meaning that I quite literally cannot, I cannot lose this pawn, or else I lose the knight, and then subsequently this pawn. No, never mind. I still defend this pawn with the queen, so I'm okay. I just got to keep in mind. So what is there anything over? No, I just feel like I have some overloaded situation here, slightly. Maybe I go here, just to put some more protection on this. I can actually, now I can move this, though he'll go here most likely, adding another attacker to this square, and also defending this rotation if he wanted to make this, which is a little bit of a weird one, but he can go here after that, which is just not, it's kind of devastating for my position. I do not like that at all. I mean, it doesn't like look that crazy, but I don't want his knight getting, I mean, that's just a crazy position for his knight to be on d6 with this much material still on the board. Huh. Okay, so what's the idea behind this? To push here, followed by takes, or sorry, takes, and then add another defender to this. Okay, that totally makes sense. I would agree with that. Now, the thing about that is, because he's temporarily lost an attacker on this, I now no longer need to defend it, meaning that I could go here, in theory, attacking the queen, pushing the queen somewhere, or if he did this, I could just push and ignore it. This I got to keep in mind too. If he ever moves this, if he ever moves that, that'll be kind of a goner. Basically, I'm thinking I either push this now, or I get my rook here to defend against his queen coming here. Or actually, I could do this, because he can't push. He, of course, could defend the push eventually. I think I'm going to do this. It's just like I got 6 minutes. I'm half the amount of time that he has. Okay. So he's backed up. Now, maybe I do this. I could also go here. This is no longer a concern, which is nice. He's defending this. Goes this way, he's also defending this. I still have this check, but I can't actually make it right now at all. I could do this, followed by this, which is a really interesting move, though the queen takes, but that would have been really nice to see. I think getting my rook into the game seems like a really nice idea right now. Though, can he add another attacker in one move? He can. He can add another attacker in one move, but I still have a defense here. I could rotate here, put an attacker here, and here, which is nice. But I think for now I'm just going to do this. This is defended. He could easily add another attacker this, but if he does, I think I'll rotate this way. Or I could rotate this way. I'm hoping he doesn't move that rook, because I really want to take advantage of this exposed attack at some point. If I can incentivize this rook to come out to play, I can actually check and take this rook. Of course he does that though. So yeah, like I had said, I think this is probably a decent approach because now this is undefended. The only thing is that you'll push, and then I have to go here, but then it actually is a fork. So yeah, this seems nice. If he pushes, it's actually a mistake, I think, because of this move. It hits both. Now my pawns are pretty strong. This pawn is still weak. I'm really not a fan of this. So this queen, actually, I have to keep in mind that this pawn will always die as soon as the queen moves. Okay, so what does he want with that? I guess to actually, I don't know what he wants with this. I genuinely have no idea. I could trade. Not sure if that's in my best interest, though. If I do this, doesn't give me anything at all. I will hit this inevitably. This is defended. He doesn't have any like kind of weird take this, expose shit going on. I can threaten this pawn immediately, but it drops this pawn. So maybe I rotate the rook, but that sounds absurd. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to rotate the rook. And I try to do this. I got 4 minutes, so I'm definitely not, like, time is not my friend at the moment. Rotating this way doesn't really do me any good. Rotating this way loses it. Can I get my knight here in any way? Not really. I could actually, never mind. Rotating here is a decent fork. It's the same fork we talked about last time. In fact, it's kind of a crazy fork because if you look at this, if my knight ends up here, it hits this and the queen. But if he moves this, well, okay, I hit the queen. No, but he can always protect this. Okay, never mind. Doesn't work. This is a move where I'm gonna have to review after the game because I have no idea what I'm doing. But I think I'm at a point right now where I'm gonna try and get my rook here, and then bring my other rook here, maybe. Or maybe that was actually incorrect. Maybe I should have just brought my rook here and tried to push this. This was defended anyways. And it would have put another defense on this square. And potentially even motivated the queen to go there, which would result in a fork. Yeah. Actually, that's not too bad. I did just realize, actually, that this move... Oh, no, he can't do either of those. But this diagonal is now completely unprotected. I didn't really fully realize that. But there's no consequences of it because I protect these both these squares with my knight. But still not ideal. Chess is so hard when people don't make a blunder. Like, wow. I don't know if I'm cut out for this. I actually don't. People say that I think up to 1500 is all just like tactics, but I don't know if I had any tactics in this game. Maybe I did, but it's like this is tough stuff. So this is it not a blunder? Because I attack this. So this followed by this, take. No, maybe it's not. Maybe I'd have to go here. Maybe, just maybe, I do this now. Maybe I take, followed by, actually, I'm not sure. What if I can't take here? Oh, is that why? Yeah, of course, okay. I probably should have added another attacker here, actually. I think that might have been the best move. What if I just did this? If he takes, I take. No, it doesn't work, right? Maybe this was a bad move. Maybe, actually, no, maybe I just do this. He can now bring his knight here, officially. Which would really suck. I just got a high heart rate notification. That's hilarious. I'm freaking Stressed. Stressed out, evidently. There's no way that was the right move, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because he can still just take this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that move at all. I mean, maybe I'll drop here and then just like, because like it's not really a lost pawn. If I drop here, I have all of my pieces lined up, and he doesn't have enough time to line up his. So, can he bring this back though? And defend his queen? No, no, he cannot. I end up winning material still. So yeah, I think I should be okay. If he takes, I just completely ignore the fact he took, and I just drop my queen back here. It also simultaneously defends against this annoying square, which I was previously complaining about. Whether that's the best move is a different question, but I think it's a decent response. Though, yeah, because then he also would not want to take back, because then I just win the queen no matter what. So that wouldn't make any sense for him. Okay, so he does. So I'll drop my queen back and pray that my assumption here is, or my calculation here is correct. Because basically the idea is that if he goes here, I take, then he takes, then I take, then he can't take, or he could, but then I take, and we're actually equal. Okay, so this is actually entirely equal. Is this equal? Hold on. Go here. I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take. Yes, it is entirely equal, except for the fact that who ends? Hold on. I go, he goes here. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. I have to take. Now, it's his move. Whoa. Did I just leave the pawn undefended? Okay, there it is. Though, maybe I do this, maybe I do this. I actually don't know, but I know for a fact that I'm now probably lost. Rats. If I go here, his moves are here, here, here. And taking, oh my gosh, he forks me. Okay, takes, takes, takes. Oh my god, I lose the queen or a rook no matter what I do. Oh no, that was just a brutal blunder on my part. I've lost the game. It's done. Damn, that sucks. Wow. Because if he takes here, it's check. Damn. Do you have any counterattacking measures here? Is there anything I can do? Not really, right? Not really. Well, I have been saying I don't know if I'm cut out for this, and I think this is proof. I guess I'll go here. Actually, this is probably the best move now that I realize, because I only lose a pawn in this variation, don't I? Because he has to take. He can't go here. He could go here, but same. No, it doesn't work. So he has to take. And I think I can save myself, but I lose a pawn. In fact, I think I lose two. No, I lose one pawn because I can take this pawn back. But then he has 4 pawns completely unopposed, which is, I think I'm done. I think I'm done for. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Yeah, wow. That's rough. Okay. Oh yeah, so I'm down 2 pawns. All right. That's okay. I mean, I just got outplayed on that one. I got no excuses on this. That's very well played. This is pinned. Yeah, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. Okay, there is a nice fork there. But to be honest, he's got this in the bag. I can't go here. I can't go here. If he calculates that, I am so utterly, and he's also defending this square. I can't even line up my rooks. Like this knight here, yeah, there it is. He finds it. So what am I to do? What am I to do? I really don't know. I guess I will fork, but it's pointless. No matter what I do, I lose. Because of this knight. This knight is so well placed. It just protects the only two squares that I need. I could go here maybe, defending this square, and also threatening this. But no, no, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna resign. Maybe I do. Actually, I guess I have this. I don't have anything actually. Um, but I could check him here. Maybe. Maybe I could just check him around. So basically I have this or I have this. This one seems like I can get more checks out of him, so I'll do this first. No, no, even then, I'm done for. There's nothing I can do. I guess I could go. No, there's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, nice. I did get more checks. That's cool. I got 2 checks. Really, it's just somehow if he completely blunders, but I actually don't see how he can blunder in this position. They don't have any mate threats, and his rooks are connected. This piece is undefended, but there's no blunder opportunity for him at all right now. There's like literally nothing he can do. I think the only thing he could do would be allowing me somehow to put him into like a perpetuous check scenario. But I don't have that, which is a problem. Like if he does this, for example, it's there's just nothing. There's nothing I can do to follow up. He has a queen check. I go here. He does this, or any sacrifice. Doesn't even matter what he does. Actually, this, he could do anything. I'm just completely lost. If I do this, I have this, I guess. But even then, it doesn't really help me at all. He will promote once he realizes that I don't have mate. There it is. And then he can do anything. He can go here, which is probably the best move, or one of the best moves. Just sacrificing, because I'm so dead lost here. There's nothing. Oh, well, that's tragic. It is tragic. So, I guess check. Not that it really matters. His only move is this, but I don't have any follow-up after that. I mean, the only thing is if somehow he just decides not to take here. I guess I could back up and just do this all game. So that's what I'll do. But if he sacrifices this, which honestly, man, like with such a win in material, the best move here is probably just to sacrifice the rook. Because then I just have no chances. But then again, maybe it's a good thought exercise for him. He has time, 5 minutes, in order to figure out how to not sacrifice the rook. What? So this is the only move, followed by this. Yeah, I'll just resign if he does. If he goes there, yeah, there it is. B. You're saying you couldn't find use activity as contact notes or use follow-up boss as contact notes in the front end. You also couldn't find wait before execution in the front end or anything like that's really concerning to me that you couldn't find that, because that functionality exists right now. That's, yeah, it really concerns me that you didn't find it though, especially with like a sub-agent swarm. Wow. For the 4-value callout coming I'd actually prefer to go towards like have no answer in there as well. I think there's a linear issue possibly associated with that actually. So maybe take a look. Yeah, okay, I think everything else looks fine then, generally speaking. Oh, I just realized. Wait, was I not recording that entire time? Uh-oh. Sure hope. Oh yeah, okay, nice. I just realized that the metrics are now far more convoluted. I didn't even think about the or sorry, the analytics, not the metrics. Let's take a look at this game though. It was a good game on his part. I think he played very, very well. And now I'm down to 1171 again. Ah, yeah, wow, 81. Actually didn't play that well. I just played terribly. Made one blunder. Oh, this is the blunder that lost me the game. Before that, okay, I was still actually losing by 1. And I think that the losing by 1 was actually because of this move. This upwards rook move here. It's actually winning up until that point. So the best move, well, yeah, the best move was this, which is literally what I just said. That's hilarious. Or yeah, I quite literally said that. I said, well, I should have done this because this was defended, and this was, yeah, damn, that's funny. And then it also protects this square. That's, I mean, at least I realized it in real time. Okay, I'm gonna play another. $12.95. Wow. Okay, we got a London system on the board. Wow. Buddy over here really knows how to play the London system. His next move is going to be the queen out. Wow. Yeah, well done. Because the next move is going to be the queen out, and he's already committed this bishop outside the pawn chain, I am very tempted to do this off the bat and just trade off these pieces. I don't know, maybe not. No, this is mainline stuff, so I think I just have to take here which it'll basically what's going to happen is he'll do this, then I'm going to do this, and then he's going to push, and then I have to take because I can't go back because the bishop. I could do this, but it's a really passive move. I'm not convinced it's the best move. I would typically do this with the bishop out. The late bishop development is actually quite interesting. Yeah, wow. I'm not cut out for this. People are too good at this level. I think I deserve to be exactly where I am. 1150 range. I don't know if I can graduate to this 1200 range yet. Everyone in the last 4 games I've played has been just crushing me, or it's very clear they know what they're doing, and I feel like yeah, I just feel like a lot of my mates actually aren't even in the end game. They're in early game because I feel like I'm more of an attacking player, or maybe I'm not. I actually don't know what type of player I am, but it's okay, so this, I'm surprised. Okay, so he doesn't clearly know what he's doing that well because, yeah, there it is. All right, so then he'll push, and then I'm pretty sure I have to take. There it is. And so, yeah, I have to take here. So there's nothing I can do. I just have to take. Yeah. And then it opens up his rook. And he's good. He's good to go. I will plant my rook here. My bishop, I guess, is going to go here, or it's going to be fan cut out here. And in fact, I think the fan cut is slightly better in this position because of this pawn. Though, what else am I supposed to do exactly? So this is now there, and that's just going to be the way it is for the rest of the game. I think fianchettoing the bishop's probably the best move. Can't trap it or anything, so yeah, I think this is what I'll do. Because it's not going here, and I don't really like it here, so I'll go here. And it put pressure on this pawn the whole game, I think, followed by maybe this. This, don't really love it. It's not as strong without my queen in the board. I feel like this move seems decent. And what does it do functionally? It forces his bishop either there or where else could he go? I guess there, if he wants his pawn to be here, protected by the knight. That's fair. I will maybe push if I do that. Or no, I guess that doesn't work, right? Okay, he pawn triangle seems reasonable. So yeah, I'll finish my development, and then okay. So this move was actually to do this. Interesting. Now I have to castle here because basically, if he pushes, I couldn't even take back, which would be tragic. Now, if he takes, I'm not actually that annoyed with it. The only bigger annoyance is that now he doesn't have double pawns. He's just traded them off, and he's isolated my pawn on the side of the board, and I can't even get escape here because his bishop's here, which definitely makes this more of an ideal situation. This bishop being on this diagonal is now a little bit more powerful than it was prior. If I incentivize this knight to come here, nah, it doesn't really help anything because this knight's here. As if I take this, I also have this knight attacking this. But yeah, I do think I have to castle. I almost actually put the king here. That was scary. All right, so now he wants to trap my bishop, presumably. And oddly enough, I think this might be the strongest move. Wait, but I don't think I have it right now, because basically what my thought is if he takes, yeah, I don't have it yet. Basically, he's gonna take. That's definitely, like, he'll take with the pawn here. But I don't have this bishop seeing. It doesn't see that yet. So if he goes here, if he takes, I have to come back, and or I have to come there, and then takes. No, I can't. I shouldn't take with this. I'll probably take with this, scaring this knight away. And then this knight can't come here because that's where the pawn is right now. So knight has to come maybe here. And then I do in fact have 2 attackers on it. Right now, if I take back, he takes with this, and then I don't have anything at all. If I go here, let's say that he doesn't take here. So if I push, he takes. If I go here, let's say he doesn't take here. Let's say he plays some other random move. Do I even then have enough attackers? Because takes, I still don't have enough attackers. So that's I'm just completely screwed. I need to go here, but this doesn't actually give me enough time because this doesn't work. So maybe I do this first. If I do this and he doesn't take, he'll play here. I can take, which is an in-between move. It's not even an in-between move. Or is it? Actually, hold on. Maybe it's fine. If I go here and he does this, if I can take, he could take, I could take, he could take, I could take, open up my rook. My knight is fine, or my knight is fine here until he does this. So I borderline think this should be probably the move. Alternatively, I could do this, but that's just kind of mayhem. I'm opening up this file for his rook, though he might not castle at that point, so maybe it's actually not that bad. If I did do this, and he went like this, takes, 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 so I actually am fine in that particular scenario. Okay, so it's either this or this is what I'm thinking. If I go like here and then this, if I take, then I'm actually okay because this knight can come here, in theory, hit my bishop, and actually open up this for his pawn. I guess I could rotate this way, awkwardly, but I could. Maybe this is actually the best move, which is so unfortunate. I want to do this, but I don't have enough time. I just don't have enough time. That's really all there is to it. So, okay. If I do this, and he does this, or let's say he actually takes, I go here, his knight is now threatened. His knight goes here, or there. If his knight goes there, well, that sucks. Because then this is just going to be eaten up. It's not the end of the world, actually, because I get an open file for my rook, so maybe he wouldn't do that. Maybe he comes back here. Okay, so yeah, these are definitely candidate moves. Should I flip a coin for it? What does my gut say? My gut says this seems slightly better. My reasoning is because he doesn't want to castle long, for sure. So he would probably prefer to castle short. And okay, so now he actually does this. So this move followed by this move, now I'm okay. I'm okay, basically, after that. And then basically, okay, so we're good. Everything's okay. Everything's still secure. He's now done this, which is fine. Not the end of the world. He can't do this, right? So I'm okay here. I can move here now. I could do this as well. Actually, moving here probably is better. Or, no, not that. Do I need an additional attacker? Do I need it to break through? I do, right? I do need an additional attacker to break through. So I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah, this pawn, oh, I did not recognize that. Darn. Okay. So what can I do here exactly? Like, basically, did I just, oh my gosh, yeah, these people are too good. They're too good for me. What if I do this? He can go here, he can go here. No, he can't go there. Well, he could. Actually, he could. I guess that doesn't sound that bad. Doesn't really want to do that. I don't think that's not as good as this move. This move is much better. This, oh, hold on, did I just lose? Oh, I need to, oh, this is a fork. I didn't even realize the fork. Oh my gosh, how am I just this? Am I arrogant? Like, what is going on here? Damn, man. I'm just getting pummeled. Can't go here, can't go here, I have to go here. Which means he wins this and this. My position is absolutely destroyed. And he's just snap moving too. Like I'm taking my time, and he's outplaying me at every chance. Can I like ignore the threat at all? Can I go here now? Threaten this? Or this? If I do this and he takes, then I could take, in theory. And then he would probably take. Or he would take, defending this. Oh my gosh. So done for. Guess I gotta defend the rook. And then he pins my freaking knight. Oh my gosh. Okay. Go on with this, and then I'm gonna push here. Now I don't have enough attackers. I have now realized. Because I can't even use the rook. Or sorry, I can't use the knight. So now takes. Takes. I guess I could take. Do I win? No, I don't. It's just a loss, dead loss. Is the best move this, but then this, and then this, and then this. And then I guess I could move back. But this is really bad. This is really, really bad. There's just nothing I can do at all. Can I go here, maybe? I can't even do that. Can I go here to preparing this move? To try and get rid of this? Maybe? Oh, actually, this move, if he does this... Oh no, he wins this pawn. So I just simplify the position. I guess that's how you get better at chess. Figure out where you went wrong and not do that again. I will definitely not be doing this again. Whatever this is, I don't like it. I'm trying to figure out the fact that I'm in a position right now where I have to figure out the least bad way to die. That's not a great spot to be in. It's very, 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 very unfortunate. Can I take here? Doesn't help me at all. Maybe I should just trade. Doesn't help me at all. Can I go here? Again, he wins it. Can I go here? Maybe I can go here. Maybe I go here. Maybe I go here preparing this. Oh, this is so tragic. And then what makes it even worse is as soon as he does this, and then he has two attackers on my knight, and I can't move my knight, so maybe I have to do this right away. Oh my god. I think I have to do this, followed by this, followed by this, followed by this, followed by what exactly? Like, I think I just lose the rook no matter what I do, or lose the knight no matter what I do. So it's kind of just a lost game. I think I just might need to resign. Oh my gosh, now I lose this pawn because it's not supported by this pawn. But he wouldn't do that. He'll take here, and then I will take with this, I guess. And then he'll take with this, and then or with the knight, and I guess I'll take with my rook, and I just lose the rook that way. Or maybe I get lucky and he actually uses this. Like, but yeah, this is demoralizing. Like he can like, no matter what I do, yeah, I'm not interested in even the best move in this position. I'm more interested in how I got here in the first place. Yeah, wow. This has been a sad day for chess. And it's like it's even worse because I hate like leaving a day less than the last day. Like I've now lost, what is this? My third loss in a row. So yeah, he correctly took with the knight. I don't even know what I do. I really don't. Oh, if he takes with the pawn, actually, I'm okay because then I can go here. I really hope he takes with the pawn. What? There's no way that was the best move. If he just took with the bishop right away, that would have been fine. Now I can do this. Wait, what? Yeah, no, I feel like he could have been up way more than 2 points of material there. I don't think that was the best way to convert that. But then again, I spent like hours trying to calculate it, and he rightfully did not spend such hours. So this is, yeah, I'll take this, I guess, followed by this. Yep. All right. Let's take a look at this. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Really, really, I actually want to cry. Like I'm depressed. 92% accuracy. He destroyed. I actually didn't play that bad. I actually played as good as I could have, really. I made one mistake that lost me the game, so let's figure out, see if we can find it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. All right, before we review, I'm gonna take one last look at this. Oh, I never actually. Sorry, what was your response on the ordering of when how we should implement this? So before we go and review this game, I'm gonna just start the implementation of this because, admittedly, like today, I mean, I've got stuff done for sure, but contact notes first, then workflow engine. Okay, sequential, not parallel. All right, all right, all right. Okay, that's fair. So let's just go ahead and commit these. I think we're generally good. Let's say finalize contact notes / workflow engine design. And let's just get. Are you kidding me? Wire Google Auth login and apply end-to-end review fixes? Are you telling me that this many fixes were required? Oh my gosh. That's really concerning. Meaning that, yeah, this is pointless to try and implement or try and test. There's just no way. Oh my gosh. The linear issue shouldn't have been touched. Please put the linear issue back to like backlog or whatever. I don't want anything to do with the linear issue. Like I want all comments deleted from the linear issue. Linear issue shouldn't have even been touched at all throughout any of this. Okay. Yeah. Let's now do... I'll keep this one actually for the design. Let's go... This is the login with Google. Login with Google, you're fired. Oh my gosh. Why does contact notes design not come up? Okay, well, that's annoying. What the hell? No, remember. Wait, it stays. Claude. Okay. Work tree. Task. Work tree. Task. Implement. You're doing this alongside Codex, but Codex is doing it in another work tree. So you're being put up against Codex to see which implementation I look like best. Make me proud. Okay. All right, we're gonna review this. Oh. Wow. 1500s. I got a long way to go. These games have been very, very humbling. How do I like... What the heck? Go to tools, analysis board. Just let me paste it in. That's all I want. Okay, great. All right, let's figure out where this all went wrong, shall we? Okay, so no, annoyingly, I'm realizing my okay, whatever. Okay, so this was all fine. Now, still think this is all correct. Now, immediately, the first thing is that I've never seen someone put the bishop there before developing the queen. So I didn't really know how to handle that. I know generally speaking, if they push this, I'm gonna probably fiend Keto. But if they have their bishop here, typically I actually throw my pawn 2 squares up, and try and fight for the center, or sorry, try to fight on the queen side. So I didn't know what to do. So immediately I'm okay. I'm thinking, all right, these are the 2 moves that I thought. I was either going to put the bishop here. Basically, the idea being is if he brings his queen out, I will actually defend the bishop, which if he does this, then I actually have check, and he has to take back with the queen. That was my original thought, and it would have just avoided me a lot of complexity. But the thing is I knew that generally speaking, I would want my bishop here, so I brought the knight out here. I still think this is a fine move on its own, so I don't think this is where I went wrong. So here, I know that taking, I'm fairly certain that taking here is actually the best move. I'm pretty sure this is the theory. Is because he has his bishop here, I can't do anything, so I have to take. I know that it's not great, obviously, because it opens up his rook, which we saw that caused problems for me later on, but I didn't really have a choice. Now, this move, I thought on its own and just he was kind of doing this, but it actually prepared this move. So right away, I think this is where I gotta start thinking a little bit more. Because I snap judgment made this move, thinking that this was just that was the only thing he had. But then he moved here. The reason, though, that I made this move is to prepare this move, because this move, as we later discussed, doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually protect. I'd have to take back with this anyways, because the king, or sorry, this rook is unoffended. So, you know what? I think I'm going to stick by my move here on move 10. And let's pull up a notepad as per usual here. Let's go into chess. And yeah, let's pull this up. And let's, yeah, okay, here is the analysis. All right, now, oh, that's annoying. All right, let's just make it full screen then, I guess. Okay. I'm just gonna pause while my vacuum starts itself and goes and cleans my room. And I'm gonna take back right here. Right back. All right. Let's see how our Codex friends are doing over here. So we have Codex in one, and Ultra Code in another. Although I'm using Ultra Code, and I'm now realizing, you know, like how bad is my usage already? So I'm at 32% usage, and it resets not until Thursday. I think I'm just gonna keep an eye on that. Okay. So, anyways. Here, I still think this move works. I just can't see any other thing. Now here, again, I actually don't see... I don't see an alternative. This... No. It drops this. So maybe let's go back. Hold on. If I had have known that it was going to come here, is there any differences that I would have done? It's a question I need to be asking, and I can't see any other way. Like, I think I still have to do this. So, let's continue. Now, he did this, presumably to do this. Now, this ended up screwing me only because I would have been able to do this if I hadn't have done that. So that's one thing. I had two options here. Let's walk through the knight version. The knight version, well, we contemplated this, right? So knight, and then I take, and then he takes, and then I go, oh, sorry, I take here, and then he takes either one I'm actually fine with, and now it's his turn. He could go here, for example. Actually, that loses the knight. No, it doesn't. I can go here because I have my rooks connected. So here, here. Generally, we have a fine game. He is a weak king side. That was all fine. Okay, so that variation worked. Now, if he took with the knight, which was another variation I calculated, this happens, and then this could happen in theory, allowing this, and I couldn't go back here because of this. I don't really want to allow that. He doesn't have any threat otherwise, though. So potentially I could go here, or just sit here and chill for a bit. No, I don't think that works. Let's turn on the engine here. The engine. Oh, actually, I'm up. I'm up in this position. Okay. What's my best? Oh my gosh. Okay, I win a pawn. I didn't even realize that. Okay, so that was good actually. So the knight couldn't have done that attack. Okay, so then let's go here. Okay, so this I'm gonna claim. Okay, without looking at this. What the heck? I want to turn this off. I don't want this. It's a whole thing. No. Oh, is it because it's been calculated already while I was at those positions? Okay, whatever. I guess I have to do what I have to do. So I'm just not going to look at it. Here. Next move being here. I went here. I think this is probably better. But interestingly, I mean, now that I've seen it, I see this actually doesn't work because I can take this pawn. So yeah, I think the knight move actually would have been better because I didn't realize that the only protector of this pawn was the bishop here. So I should have recognized that, because if he took... Oh wait, no. Hold on. If I go here, he has this. What was my thought? What if he takes here? Then I would have to go here, and then here. I can't take this anymore, but no, he can't do that, so he wouldn't do that. So this is now pinned, actually. Okay, this is actually decent. I think the knight move would have been a lot better. So let's make that a claim. Let's go all the way back to what? This move here, h4. So on move 12, we're not going to do that. We're going to do knight to, well, let's just put square just in case we forget after this review. E5, knight e5. Okay, let's just type out the freaking notation here. Knight e5. Okay, so that was mistake number 1. I think. I don't know for sure, but I think that mistake number 2, I think that was probably my first mistake. Or first big mistake. I don't know if it's the first inaccuracy. But the second one was not realizing that he could come down here. I don't know how I just completely missed that. So I think what would have been better, but then I can't really prevent it either, which is awkward, right? Really awkward, actually. I can't prevent it. So maybe I come back to this, and I think, okay, he's now ready to develop his bishop, and then I come here, and my idea was actually to prepare this, but I think that was a mistake because I didn't quite realize of this combo. So I need to be aware of that next time. I think it really comes down to always thinking about what my opponent wants, and I don't think I did a good enough job of that in this game. I was thinking I was too obsessed with my idea of pushing this, because I think I started to think about the idea of pushing this to get my bishop back originally, because sometimes you actually can make this. But in this case, I didn't even need to, because I already solved the problem, so I didn't need to deal with it anymore. But I think I was still obsessed with this idea, And I would wish that my rook was here. So I was thinking, you know what? This is the idea I want to go for long term. Let's deal with it now. But I did not consider the fact that he had his own idea on the queen side. And I think that failure, that's what led to this failure. So in this position, what did I do? I played rook out. And I think that might have been a mistake. So what would have been maybe a better alternative? You know what? Call me crazy, but what if I just did this? If he takes, then I take. I don't take back with this. It keeps this actually defended. But then he comes here and he forks me. But it's okay because this is actually defended. So I could actually drop back. And it doesn't actually have a follow-up. In fact, I could go here and I would be okay. Yeah, I think I like that more. So if he tries this same thing now, I take, let's say he can't go here anymore, right? So I go here, I come back, he can't take, or maybe he would. No, he wouldn't. It's just like the whole thing is solved. In fact, I have ideas, so I think my next move, what would his next move be? Let's just make the best move for him. Okay, so he's still up though. He's still winning in this position. Okay, so it's actually not to castle. It's to bring his king out, okay. So I don't know, what's my best move in this position? It's to push it back. Okay. But we now see that I'm already negative 1.4 in this position. So is it because of this move? Interestingly, it was earlier than this move. So we were already negative 0.7 in this position. So we lost our edge at some point. I played pretty logically though. Like I don't see like, this move seemed fine to me. I mean, nah. Maybe if I had my bishop here, I wouldn't have been concerned about this whole bishop situation going on, right? As much. Okay, well, wait. 12.95, and then what did we decide here? We decided that on move 13. Oh my gosh, I made 2 wrong moves in a row is what I'm going to claim. I don't know for sure, but 12.95, and so for 13 we're going to go RFC1. Yeah, I think I prefer my rook here. Whether it's the best response, that's kind of not the question. I think I'm more so just I think it's better than what I did. That's my only thing. I think it's better than what I did because it prevents this whole situation. I think it just prolongs death. But even in this position, I'm negative 2.3. Oh, that was because I made the rook. Oh, okay, well, perfect. So the rook was confirmed actually a mistake. So that's good. At least I defined one of my mistakes. Let's continue on. Let's continue on without this. So here I didn't even realize that he could do this, and I was already just thinking that was obviously a dumb move. Now, how can I even? I think I'm already done. I think this is already just stupid dead territory. Like there's nothing I can even do here. I could bring this here immediately, I guess. What did I do in this position? I brought the knight here. Oh my god. I was obsessed with this, not even realizing that he was gonna do this. What a dummy. Okay. I think, yeah, it comes down to what does my opponent want? What does my opponent want? I got to really think about what my opponent wants. Okay. So that was obviously not the right move. Let's try that again. So this is now move 14, which is hilarious. So 3 moves in a row, I made probably the wrong move. Okay, so move 14. How are we doing up here? Discovery Swarm still done? Still running? Oh my gosh. We're at 33% usage for the whole week in a couple days. Okay. Can't go here, can't go here. I'd have to go here, which I don't know how he would respond, but he'd probably do this, most likely. Which attacks this pawn. I don't think I'm gonna review anymore, because I think that I'm already just so... Oh, actually, I guess I go here, defending the pawn temporarily, followed by trading. Trading this, which actually is not that bad. Yeah, but it's still not great. I mean, it helps me a little bit. So maybe I would go here instead. Followed by likely here, followed by this, followed by takes, takes, takes. And then what? Go here, followed by not this, because that wouldn't make any sense, because you lose the bishop. So not here, not here. He actually has to move the bishop back. Oh, he has to move the bishop back. Oh, he can go here. So bishop back here. And then I actually have just enough time to go here. So I don't even lose the pawn. I lose one pawn out of that whole exchange, which I'm obviously still deadly stupid down, but I think I'm better than what I was in the alternative option, which I chose. So I guess for move 14, let's go back to move 14. Or no, not move 14. Oh, yes. Wait. No, not move 14, sorry. Okay, no. Move 14, I still stand by that pawn. I don't think... Yeah. Okay, but no, so I guess it was move 15. So move 15, I will go with RA. So where am I going again? RA. Oh, but the thing about actually that I didn't realize about wait, hold on. I'm now realizing if I had gone if I had gone here, he can just trap my rook completely. I go here, it doesn't matter. So that doesn't work. I know I stand by my move 15 then. But he missed that though, I think. Yeah, he missed that. He actually should have gone here, which would have trapped my rook. So I guess my rook would have been trapped either way. So I think this is beyond even reviewing. I don't think this is worth reviewing at this point. I think that I lost due to a series of small mistakes that built up. Well, definitely these two were freaking terrible. But even before that, and those are the ones I actually want. I just want I want my eyes in the analysis because I truly just don't know. I don't know where I went wrong in the beginning. Because yeah, I was losing already here. Now I think that I think I found my biggest mistake. So this is good. So all right. So we're all book here. This is all book. Good. Oh, okay. So we're already off book. B3 is good, but that's not best. So why is the retry button not here? This is really annoying. On the phone, there's a retry button, and here it's not here. Okay, so I think this is probably the move then, I guess. This is good. Still not best, though. Oh, what about this? That's a mistake. Okay. Wait. If it's not this, and it's not this, then are you saying I should push? Okay, it's not... Do I take this pawn? Because he has to take back? Interesting. Okay. So, now we know if I somehow end up in a position where I'm forced to take the queen because he can push. Instead of doing that, I should actually just take this because it forces him to take, and then it relieves the pressure here. Oddly enough, his best move is this. Okay. Wow. Okay, what's my best response then? Can I trap it? No, I can't. Wow. Uh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what my best response is here. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking, but I feel like this is all, oh my gosh, this is a crazy variation. So if this, what you're saying, I lose material here? Oh, because this is no longer defended, so I don't actually lose material if he takes. Or I do. He loses a pawn. If he takes, for example. I'm still out of material. Okay. Good to know. So I was the first one to leave book. What is the book move here? QB3. Oh, interesting. Getting a bit chilly. So, okay, so the engine line actually is not. Oh, but already going into this line, black wins. Wow. Okay, so there's actually a, like, I screwed up then. ND2, we're aware of this. Okay. Now here, 51, all chess.com games. Oh shit, they finally did that. That's crazy. Um, I want actually Master Games. Um, it's so funny that chess.com didn't have that for like the longest time. I guess I don't really need the this now. So, anyways, okay, where was I? I think in this might make my thing even smaller. Okay. Okay. Anyways, so QB3. Ah, interesting. So my response was actually uh, the knight was actually my response. But already black has a little slight advantage here, according to the engine, but according to the percentage of master games. So this is already a position that's actually harder to win for black, or sorry, for white than it is for black, which is quite informative. Even this position, them bringing my knight here already puts it in black's favor. What? How does that make any sense? No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so the knight is actually the best. Yeah, this is, I think, a little bit misleading. Um, how are we doing in the implementation over here? Codex is still working. I guess you can't see what I'm talking about. Codex is still working, and Hmm. Okay, anyways. Okay, so here bishop came out, and I should have played. I should have, I guess, played bishop to b5. Oh, it's interesting. I actually considered this move um, because of everything we talked about, and funnily enough, it's actually a move that can be played in this position apparently. Um, anyways, so here QB3 immediately. How does this get followed though? Okay, no, let's say that they come out. Oh, and then I have my typical London system stuff. I'm very much aware of this, and then they're incentivized to actually trade here, because they can't go back, so they can't defend the pawn. So now I'm actually flipping it on their head. So I should have pulled out the queen first, before their queen, not giving them the chance to pull out their queen. Because then I'm the one fighting instead of pulling out my knight, which actually was pointless. The knight defending the square doesn't have any value. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this was actually the start of my downfall. This makes sense. All right. So here I did trade, so this was actually the best move. But we're already in a position which does not happen frequently. So we have, and now, yeah, look at this. So QB3 is actually still, it's already the most played move, but E6 is actually the best or most played move here. Interesting. QB6, QB3. But yeah, black is winning. I mean, the engine likes black very, very slightly. Not that bad though. Okay, A3. So A3 I did not play in this position. Though I now understand maybe it was a good preemptive move. What was the engine's best move here? The engine's best move was actually to go here. Interesting. Probably just not to waste time on this move. Just get castle right away. Actually, okay, engine best move actually ends up being the knight. But then followed by the bishop. Followed by the pawn move that I made. Followed by this move just to get rid of the bishop. None of which actually played the pawn here. Let's go to analysis. So it's good. It's not like it's a terrible move or anything. But this move... Or wait, hold on. So this is the best move. Yeah, sure. And then what about this? This is good. Yeah, okay. Alright. So, okay. I mean, still, it's not terrible. Black is winning, but it's barely. It's barely. Okay, so we already saw on what move is this? This is move 11. I thought castling was really the only way. That's interesting. Going into the center is actually better. If I go into the center here, I just don't really like the center move, because basically trading here, I'd assume... Well, what if he trades? Take back with the pawn. Where does the knight go? Knight goes in. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. G4, deflecting this to win back the pawn in the center of the board. Wow, this is some pretty crazy stuff. I think it all gears towards, though, one overarching theme is it relieves a lot of pressure while still giving me fighting chances later on in the game. We have no queens on the board, but also the pieces are slowly dwindling away as well. My bishops are strong on this diagonal, on these diagonals. This pawn, like I had mentioned early on in the game, is still there. Okay. Cool. Cool. There's... there's an implementation detail where right now we refresh the campaign contact notes and we generate an AI summary before the call. And the concern is that right now, actually, you know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start planning out the design for the campaigns. So could you actually create a third doc now that starts planning out the design for moving the campaigns over to using the workflows instead of the retail batch call? The basic or the things that are in my mind here in order to achieve this is we need two things. We need concurrency control. So how many people to call at one given time, and say like we could have a maximum of 10, for example. So we would need a max. Sorry, we would need a max in general, like a backend max where like the user couldn't configure more than 10, but they could in theory configure up to 10. Or even if it's not user configurable, we still have it. We should still bake it into configuration for sure. And then the second piece is the amount of time to wait between concurrency batches. And if it's more than 0, then we wait for the whole batch to finish before starting the next batch. Actually, no, never mind. Just concurrency limit. That's the only thing that needs to be like considered, because basically right now it's all handled through the retail batch call. But obviously it won't be handled when we move away from that. So what I want you to do accordingly is I want you to kind of just tell me the tables, like the new tables that, or like any new fields that are going to be introduced into the uh, actually, you know what I want you to do? I want you to edit the v3 doc itself directly so that I can see the diff in my Git visualize, like my Git Kraken, essentially. I can see the diff. So just edit the tables directly, and then obviously add the campaign tables if the campaign tables are relevant here, which I would imagine they are. And I want you to just very clearly, like any tables that exist in the document already, you don't need to have any like special characters like a plus sign or a minus sign or anything like that, because I'll be able to see the diff. But then if you're adding like a full table, like a new table for like the campaign table, if the existing campaign tables or the existing campaign contact tables exist and already, and we're like uh we're adding fields or removing fields, I actually want like a little plus sign or a little comment or something, or a little minus sign or something like that with like square brackets wrapped around it, so I can visually see, okay, like what fields already exist on the campaign versus which ones we're like removing. Same thing with campaign contact assignment or whatever else as well. Yeah. And you can assume in your changes here that all of the contact docs and the contact notes docs and the workflow docs are already implemented. Damn, I'm down to 1166 again. That's actually so tragic. Wish Google Docs had Markdown. Tragically doesn't. No, it does not. What? What the heck? We already have Google Workspace. What the heck? Just to be clear, the concurrency limit was only applies to wait. Hold on. Do we even need a concurrency limit at all? What happens if you just... Whoops. Oh, yeah, we do need a concurrency limit. Oh, one thing I actually want to do right now is let's get Claude to do work tree. Let's do work tree task. Could you look into my email and you'll see like there's deprecation notices from Retell, R-E-T-E-L-L. Could you just like, if we're leveraging any of that stuff, could you just fix any of those issues to make sure that we're not impacted by the deprecation? The API didn't used to exist. Huh. Okay. One thing I'll note for the concurrency is that it's actually not per campaign. Um, we should actually, so we should have per campaign concurrency with a max of 10, but I guess like something that we should also implement is before any single outbound call is placed, irrespective of how do we want to do this? Yeah, I agree with your judgment call. Um, One thing I actually want to mention. We should definitely have the per campaign max concurrency as 10, but the 10 actually only applies to like active calls. So like the call steps running concurrently. Um, so technically speaking, if they're in the wait period, or if they're in any wait period, then we're still able to place new calls in such a period. And then in addition to that, actually, before placing any outbound call, irrespective of campaigns or outbound automations, we should check to make sure we should call the get concurrency API from retail and check to make sure that the current concurrency is under 15. And if it's not, then the call needs to wait. Or like we need to, not we like the call step can't run. It needs to wait until the current concurrency is like under under 15. Hello? Oh wow. Codex is done. So Codex won the battle for implementation speed. However, quality, that's a different question. So let's see. Just to be clear, generating the input hash for like things like follow up boss, like we don't just like toss in the entire API response, correct? Because API responses can have like updated at fields or something like that that might change. Um, but like none of the fields that we actually look at actually like fundamentally change. We should only be like the input should be as slim as necessary. Like, or I guess just oh, I see. Do you pass in the AI input, like the input that's actually placed into the AI? Is that how it works? Don't make any changes. I'm just curious. So just to be clear, this is separate. Like the retail concurrency is a separate consideration and concern from our internal concurrency. The concurrency that I was talking about for like the campaigns, I still want that to be, an integer from anywhere from like, we don't provide or anywhere from 1 to 10, default to 10, obviously. And that's just like the maximum number of call steps that can occur at the same time or be running at the same time. But then like the retail concurrency, like that's a separate concern altogether. Just wanted to be clear. Be clear. Oh, it actually looks like that's exactly what they were doing. Okay, so we probably shouldn't also include the raw person and raw event then, correct? Or what are your thoughts on this? Yeah, okay, go for it then. I'm really starting to rethink whether or not we actually should have contact notes at all for inbound calls. Like, is it going to materially improve our software? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, no, it does make sense. Especially for calling back. I feel like that's the only that's the biggest one is the contact notes make sense for that. We could in theory gate it where it's like only providing it during the callbacks, but I think that's more complex than necessary. Yeah, okay. Wait, I just realized looking at this. Do we have outbound phone number? Wow, my CPU is at 95% right now. Okay, it's dropping a bit. I just realized something. On the automation, we define an outbound phone number. Maybe weirdly, however, you don't remove it from the outbound campaign. That sort of seems duplicated to me. Who's the owner of that? Why are we keeping that? What's your reasoning? I'm not necessarily against it, but what's your, I want to hear your take on that. Hmm. I don't know why my computer is struggling. Oh, I got a bunch of AI running. I can't wait. It's actually crazy. Like I have like a absolutely maxed out MacBook Pro, but it's evidently still not enough sometimes. Oh yeah, okay. Calling. Queued. It failed voicemail. Also, why is your campaign contact status not changed? Campaign contact status. A lot of those statuses don't really like. You're either missing statuses or there might be some that aren't really relevant now. Are you sure that you shouldn't change that? Like, how robustly did you pressure test the campaign to make sure that it actually works properly, that everything's gonna actually make sense? Ooh, another thing is like the metrics. The metrics. The metrics are really tough, actually, because we now have a completely new requirement. Um, hmm. Oh, nice. Hmm. Also, why do we have campaign contact assignment on the workflow run and contact? Sort of makes me think maybe we should have campaign contact assignment and automation contact assignment as separate tables, and then we should move some of the fields from the workflow run onto the automation contact assignment if it's not directly relating to campaign or to the campaigns and it only relates to the automations. It's a little bit of a weird indirection though. So it almost makes me think maybe should we have a workflow run that's for automations and then a workflow run that's for campaigns? Because a lot of the stuff it seems irrelevant for campaigns, and the fact that now we have a campaign contact assignment and a contact is really confusing. Metrics is also really tough. Metrics is really tough. Metrics, I feel like for V1, we should just have metrics that are by the final, like after the final thing has been completed. It's tough. So we need a lot of visibility into it as well. This is a pretty involved situation. Hotfix plus backfill. What is this? What are we talking about right now? What the hell is this exactly? I can't even remember, but definitely hotfix. What? What is this? I can't even remember what the heck this is all about. Oh, it's about the fix. I see. Actually, never mind. Do backfill and hotfix. Back to lamb hoppers. Backfill and hotfix. Back to lamb hoppers. Okay. Back to lamb hoppers. Wow. I'm surprised that that was what AI came up with for my transcription. Back to lamb hoppers. Like, in what world would I be saying back to lamb hoppers? Like, is a lamb hoppers even a thing? And if it was, would people really be going back to it? I don't know. Seems kind of sketchy to me, man. Uh, okay. Sure. I'm fine with your recommendation. Go ahead. Automation form, what the hell? Oh, I see. Hmm. Okay. Well, wait. So we're already safe then? So why did you say that we needed to backfill stuff before? The hell was that all about? The fuck? Could you summarize my concern and the recommended changes in direction about like the whole uh, input hash thing and copy them to my clipboard? What the hell? I hit my Codex usage limit? What? I hit my Codex 5-hour usage limit. I have never hit my 5-hour usage limit, and I've done things far, far, far more intense than what Codex just did. I saw a post today about this, and I just brushed it off like, yeah, I think this person's probably cooked. But what the heck is this? 62% left on my weekly limit? That even is wild. What? I'm gonna search this up. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yes, Codex limits have dropped. Jeez, this is pretty savage. Oh, nobody likes you. Yeah, this is wild. I have I have the most expensive plan, and I don't remember what I had this morning as my limit, but 62% left. I rarely get that low unless I'm getting like I'm working with Codex like intensely, which I have not been doing. Using 100% of my limit within the 5 hours with one task planning loop. Heck, even on this stream, we've proved that that never happens. What? How long did it work in order to do that? What the heck just happened? Oh my gosh. So Codex worked. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it worked. Wait, okay. Oh, it doesn't actually. I can't go back that far. But wow. Wow. Usage breakdown. Look at this. Oh, I see. The hell? This is broken. Wait. 5.3 Codex Spark 5-hour usage limit. It says 100%. Codex Spark. But I'm not using Spark. That must just be cooked. Oh, I see what the issue is with that. Because it probably uses Spark with subagents. But like, wow. Okay, at the end, could you actually rescope the existing doc to like to only the changes that relate, or sorry, like rescope the existing doc pretending that campaigns don't exist, but also acknowledging that we would add them tomorrow, trying to make it such that it's a open for extension, closed for modification sort of deal where like, and then you create a second doc that is a copy and paste of the first doc, but then with the campaign stuff. Does that make sense? So like the first doc, the V2, or sorry, the V3 that you have right now, that has just everything, including whatever changes you made, but only scoped to automations. But then the campaign doc, or sorry, the next doc after that, call it V4, has everything with campaigns. So like V3 to V4 should be mostly additive campaigns. Like we shouldn't need any like huge refactoring, if that makes sense. I'm a bit blown away by this codex limit thing. I really wish that there was a token, like a token thing, where you could see the tokens that you're using, like you can with Claude, for example, but you can't here. Yeah, what the heck? I'm confused. Oh, CLI. So yeah, wait. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see the amount of usage. So we can see here, look at how much this is compared to what, like, you're saying that within this week here, oh my, this is wild. Wild, wild, wild. Wild child. I want like must be like an announcement somewhere, don't you think? Understanding. This is on April 10th. May 15th. This definitely did not happen 15 days ago. May 30th. 1 week. At least stays like this. After May 30th, code will still be unusable. Huh. 3 hours ago. Okay, this is random. Well, alright, I have no idea what's going on, but this is this is like I yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is definitely not something I've ever experienced before though. I have barely used Codex. I have the most expensive plan. And I ran one task, maybe like I don't know, in the last 5 hours I actually don't think I've done. Oh, wait. Wait. Maybe I'm being an idiot. I remember I had it do this crazy Google thing. What time was this at? Oh, okay, still 2 tasks? No, no. You know what? I'll give him a break. I take it back. I take it back. I think that it's totally possible. Uh, wait. No, hold on. Automation enrollment, um, is like what I'm saying should stay in V3, right? To be clear, like, are we on the same page here? That's the whole point. Okay, cool. Cool. So, what the heck? I cannot believe this. So I have to actually go find. Above is my conversation with Codex on its implementation. I just wanted to pass this over to you so you don't have any unfair disadvantage with your implementation, because you should also complete it this way. Or, take your own interpretation of what I said versus what Codex said. All right, well, with all of that, I think I'm going to try to redeem myself from earlier's absolutely devastating losses. Yeah. Let's, we got a bunch of code agents running, and let's try to Try to get us back up. I mean, 1166. That's definitely not a good number. Not a good number. I was at 1287 this morning. Sorry, 1187. Pardon. But yeah, we did discuss that. You know, oh, okay, we have a London. Maybe I should just do the crazy thing that happened to me. I'll just do it also to this person. Play this wild, wild west opening. What was the order? I think they played this first. They played the knight, then they played the bishop, and then they played the queen. And basically, all I need to know is I can remember nearly all of the moves. I remember they delayed this move for quite some time. Pretty sure they played knight out, then bishop out. If he plays pawn, which he should play, and then he plays knight, or he'll play knight here and then knight here, I will know by the review that I just did that I am actually winning. Though he's evidently not too experienced of a London player, because this is actually just, should be generally a pretty easy move to make, according to my understanding. Okay, so we already know that, well, this is played in very small percent of professional games or of master games, but it is still played. It's a little bit weird though, because basically, if he does this now, which is the typical London move, he can't protect his bishop with his knight, so I will go here, and he has to just kind of come back, unless he wants to do this, which we're getting far away from London territory if he does stuff like that. He's getting out of his comfort zone. But then again, I guess I'm not in my comfort zone, so be it. If he takes here, that's an option. But that seems not the best option. But who am I? I don't know. Wow. Okay. We're not playing in London. It's official. He doesn't even have a light square bishop. Wow. All right. That's new. Okay. Either I play this, which I don't really need to play. This is fine. Protecting the pawn, maybe. This also could be interesting. Could also do this. Winning back the pawn immediately. That works, actually. It does work. I could win back the pawn right now. Either I bring the bishop out, threaten the pawn, or win back the pawn right away. I feel like the bishop feels like the most natural move. So I'll play the bishop out. And then I think I'm going to go here. And then I'll do this. so that I can actually take this and then move here, assuming it brings his knight here, and then I actually just swarm this diagonal. The fact he doesn't really know how to play the London is kind of funny. Play the London, you're 1200. You kind of think you would. Then again, I just completely got destroyed, so there's that. Wow. It's funny, we just had this sort of game actually in I think I might Fianchetto, which is slightly odd, but it sort of makes sense now. We just had this sort of game in with the I think we had a similar game I think earlier today, and I think I played the it's funny actually I played this earlier today too. So what can we learn from this? It was a I think it was a Caro-Kann game though, where he basically did this. Something weird like that. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this now. So this is terrific. If he somehow doesn't see that. Oh, well then again, yeah, actually this is great. This is great because it actually wins this square. Doesn't it? If he pushes the pawn, it does. Pushes the knight, it still does. Ooh. I'm a fan. I'm a fan, although he could of course do this. Probably wants to castle though. So maybe he castles. Though if he does do this, he I will go here. Now he does defend the pawn. If I take, he takes. I can't take back for now. For now. Oh, but I can't do that either, actually, now that I think, now that I oh, darn. That doesn't even make sense. But now his bishop, or sorry, his rook is stuck there because he can't move this. Though he could move this if he moves his queen here or here. But if he moves the queen here, he'll be exposed to this. So he wouldn't maybe want to do that. I will finish my development and then castle, and then I think I'm going to go here, potentially. Put more pressure on this, assuming he does this, because if he does anything else, then he loses something. He's just no bueno. If he does this, is good. Basically, any of these are good. This, no bueno. He also brings out this. I interestingly have this. So takes, or sorry, push. Oh, he does it now. Damn. Okay, that's actually fair. Though now he weakens this. I should probably do this. Because if he takes, then I can go here. And now I'm threatening this. If I do this, I guess I could do this. Can't do this still. Or can I? But if I go this, he takes. Wait. If he accidentally takes with this knight, I can actually just take this knight, and then I can continue my attack. So he'll probably take with this knight. Right? Yeah. So wait, what if I take here? He takes with this knight. No, take here, take with this knight. If I take back, he takes, I lose a knight. What if I go here? No, can't do that. Cannot do that. No, absolutely not. Oh, I guess I have to make a decision though. He's attacking this. So which one is the question? If I go here, it doesn't really allow me to do anything is the thing. So if he does something, because he can't go there. You could go here though, and then I'm just kind of sitting with my knight in a weird spot. So yeah, I guess I'll do this. All right, so he's successfully defended this for now. But he's weakened this in the process, which is good. Which is very good. What do I want? I want my knight here, or I just want pressure here. I want to take this thing. Oh my gosh. Did I just lose material? I did, didn't I? God damn it. Okay. God damn it. God damn. Oh my gosh. I do not deserve to be 1200 if I keep making mistakes like this. Like, come on. Like, are you kidding me right now? Of course I should have been watching out for that. He had that as early as this move. And you missed it even there. Damn. God damn. I mean, I guess I get some compensation. It's actually a two for. It's a two for. I guess which one do I want to keep? Ooh, it's actually an interesting question because if I take here, take, this is actually a fork, and I also have this mate. I don't have it yet, but it's definitely not. It's not far from. So which one do I want? I guess is the question. It does genuinely, like, I like the knight, I think, more. Because it threatens this, and I have this. And then maybe something like this, or something like this to deflect this. Put more pressure on this. So, yeah. I think I'll take this way. And it also, I mean, this is now, it's still, the diagonal's open, and his bishop is, or sorry, pardon, his king is now very weak, which is also nice. But yeah, my move is this, followed by this. What can he do? What does he want to do? So this is obviously now exposed. He has a rook just looking right at my whole thing. A whole shabam. This still has two defenders. I only have one attacker. So, in fact, he would have to move quite a lot. All right, so he protects this square. Totally. Totally makes sense. Probably push here, which makes sense to me. The idea being that yeah, I think this makes sense because basically if I go here, he has to go back or lose the bishop, so he wouldn't want to do that. And then I can take with this. Oh, sorry, pardon. Then I can take this. And then I actually get pawn compensation. One more pawn for my lost material. But then again, stressful stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna look at some code here. Still open. Voice agent identity at dial time. Open decision. Could you, when your open decision, could you like, or sorry, your still open stuff? Could you just like list them all out for me in the chat? Like, you know, 1 or 2 sentences each, and then also, could you swarm the current front-end displayed metrics on both the listing page and or the list page for automations and the actual detail page for automations? So both pages. And basically create a new document proposing the new metrics and analytics that we display and any considerations that that involves. You know, I don't want to go crazy and display like per step like metrics. I mean, well, maybe we do. I don't know. I think that would be kind of cool for sure, but I think it's a bit much for V1. But we certainly need to think about how metrics are going to look, at least partially, for V1, because right now, I think that the metrics would be confusing considering the like, you know, voicemail. I don't know if we should consider voicemail until it actually reaches the final step, for example. And we should also probably explain, you know, how many are in the waiting period, or how many, like, you know, the status of each. I don't know. Yeah, how, like, it's, or maybe we should have per step metrics. Again, I don't know. It's just like we definitely want analytics, but it definitely, like, this whole approach complicates analytics without a doubt. We'll just focus on the automations here in this case, because when we start to think about campaigns, it starts to get into like this wide redesign, and that's why I wanted to separate out these documents, because I don't think we're going to do campaigns quite yet. I just wanted to do you know, work through campaigns, because you know, it was already on my mind, but we're definitely not implementing it. So yeah, just focus everything on automations. But yeah, so spawn a swarm of agents and workflows, and like analyze absolutely everything to know about the way that our analytics are displayed and what analytics are there, and sort of the proposal there for like all that stuff. And you know, we have a solid API for the way that we display analytics, but like, does that change? Like, are we gonna need like a new layer to that? Like the series stuff, like, do we need, I don't even know. Like, yeah, it's sort of complicated, right? I don't want to have some hacky one-off solution either, for sure. If we need new APIs, that's fine too, but it should be well designed. But yeah, anyway, so do that. But then the most important piece is your next response should be scoped to just like explaining all those open items. Okay, so I'm violating the number one rule that I've placed at some point. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. You have to complete everything and run the CI and doc alignment and end-to-end review and commit. Why is that not done yet? That's the whole point of work tree task. Did you not read it? Like, work tree task is supposed to be like, you know, one commit per phase, and I don't see any commits done by you yet. If that's not clearly like indicated in the skill, update the skill, because that's ridiculous. I think it is though. But anyways, whatever. Okay, so this was obviously the thing. So I hit this. You can do that, for example. What would I do in response? I'd probably hit this. This is actually a good move. It's a fork. Or it's a fork. It's a fork. It's a double fork. It's fork squared. I got fork squared. Check it out. I'm forking a piece and a fork. Wow. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I bet you he didn't realize that when I made the move, because I certainly didn't. Fork squared. I knew I was hitting this piece, but I did not see the fork squared. That's cool. It's pretty cool. It actually might save me the game, to be honest. Because I'm only a pawn up. I'm only a pawn down, and his king is wide open. Sure, so is mine. I mean, he has a lot of attacking chances here, but things aren't looking too bad for me right now. What he could do, which actually might be smart, is ignore the threat and go here. Actually, no, that's not smart, because I can just take this. So, and then the threat doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so that's not actually a threat. What could he do, which is actually a meaningful threat? He can't go here. He can't go here. If he goes here, I will just fork. So... Oh, and what's even better about this fork is it's actually trapped too. So I have an extra move once my knight is here. Because what I was thinking is if he does this, I kind of have to do this, but then he could do this. And then he could actually hit this, meaning that, and it's undefended right now. But the thing is I actually have an in-between move, because the thing is, this is actually, this is trapped, so it's fine. So even if he does this, I can still do this and still win this because it's trapped. It's wonderful. It's like it's a wonderful world that we live in right now. Though, oh my gosh, and everything is defended too. I don't have any weaknesses right now. I got nothing. He's got nothing. Nothing on me. I am chill. I am so chill. I am a cucumber. For now. I'm a cucumber for now. Boom. Yeah, let's go. Now I'm the one pawn up. That's right. Okay. Fun's over. Here allows this bishop free reign, though, and it actually also allows this knight to come here. Though it does threaten this pawn. Actually, no, it doesn't. Maybe I go here, pinning the bishop and hitting the knight. That seems not too bad. I could also go here, strengthening this push and achieving a really nice pawn chain. Though, does it weaken my king? Potentially. I think this move seems pretty nice to me. He can't do this. He can't really... Oh, he could do this. He could do this, actually. That's a good move. And that's the move that really would make most sense. So maybe restricting this knight isn't as important as it's restricting this movement here. It also does open this up, which prevents his queen from moving. He needs to defend this pawn first, or go here and trade, which he totally could actually move his knight up. That would probably be good for him. If I push, though, what if I push here? Trade. Yeah, it's not too bad. Weakens this as well. This is a bit of a tough one, actually. This is a pretty game-altering situation here. I'm thinking I could, in theory, do this. No, but then it just completely loses that pawn. So if I do this, his more than likely not move is this. Adds another attacker to this. I could follow with this, pinning this, and hitting this and protecting this, which is kind of absurd, though. It feels a bit wild, not gonna lie. Though he doesn't actually have any, he doesn't have any attacking chances per se. I think I'm gonna do it. Because basically the reasoning is that since this is pinned, he can't come here with his bishop because I take. So, and he can't come here because I was pinned. He can't go here, or he can't. Well, what else could he do? Yeah, so that was the plan. I don't think. How can he actually attack my queen right now? Because as soon as he moves his queen, for example, as well to attack me. Oh, I can't take actually. Ooh. Ooh, actually, never mind. That move. Oh, but this move, we just trade queens, and I'm up a pawn, technically speaking. I'm down a piece, up pawns. I'm down a piece, and up a rook. Wait, what even is going on right now? So I'm up 2 pawns. 2 pawns and a rook for a piece. That's what's going on right now. Okay. Wait, 2 pawns and a rook for a piece? No, that can't be right. 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces? Yes, 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. That's it. That's an interesting configuration, actually. Yeah, this is, actually, don't know. I don't know what I want here. Do I want this? Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. With the idea that if he takes, I actually... Oh, but then I lose this. Oh, tragic. Oh, but then he loses a piece. Hold on. If I go here, let's say he takes with either of them. It doesn't actually matter. Does it matter? No, it doesn't actually matter. So then I can take, he takes, I take. That sounds like I'm up a piece to me. Piece for a pawn. That sounds like a good deal. And if he takes with the queen, well, then he loses a rook. Yeah. All right. How's my AI homies doing over here? Okay, I actually need to like full screen this. What is this all about again? Oh, this is like the investor deck stuff. All right, you're getting out of here. I need all my room for this. Okay. Oh no, he made the mistake of doing that. No. No, there's no way that was the right move. Well, actually, then again, all of them are bad, but like this one, I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad actually, because well, hold on, a few moves ago, what was I up? Oh, I was up one, so he only lost 1 point of material there. Now it's 2 rooks versus 3 pieces. This is a really weird game. Very weird game. I will go here to push back the bishop. The bishop cannot attack at all. He could go here in theory, but I can just avoid it. The rook, or sorry, I think I should go here. Oh, okay. Does that. How do I even deal with this? I think I do like this, maybe. Just lost the pawn. Okay, it's not game ending, but like, damn. That was dumb. Yeah, he should see that, right? Actually, it might be game ending, to be honest. That was like the fact that his knight can now come here is very, very bad for my position. Very, very bad. Okay. Uh, okay, let's see. Call stat currently has open decisions. Okay. Core correctness fix is still unapplied. Surfaced by the pressure test. Okay. Why the fuck is it an array? I never said it is. What? Okay. Yeah, so oh, actually that's an interesting one. The first open question, the voice agent identity at dial time, because yeah, okay, he found it. That's kind of sad. I think what I'm gonna do is my thinking here is everything I have is on light squares. So the bishop's completely pointless right now. It's only the knights. And I'm thinking I go here, I just try to attack one of the knights. I try to harass one of the knights. That's my thinking. I'm glad he found that though. Right. So okay. That's actually a bit annoying. Do I just completely ignore it and I go here, for example, hitting his pawn? Then he hits this one though. Or plot twist, what if I go here? Ah, the knight's defending this. So I was thinking here, followed by any move, really. Here. Oh no, that wouldn't work. Oh yeah, but here, and then maybe I eventually go here, and then gang up on this, but he has this. So I don't really want to defend, though. That just kind of marries this to that for the rest of the game. It's kind of doesn't really work. So I will go here, I guess. Because actually I have a move here. It'll defend this pawn. Then maybe I can come down, hit this pawn. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm okay here. Voice agent identity at dial time is a very good question. Completely didn't think about that. So Huh. Okay. What the hell? I don't know what that was all about. Oh my god, I almost blundered that. Ah. He has kind of every square covered right now. I like I don't really have anything. What the heck am I supposed to do with this? I could go here, but I can't even attack this. I can't do anything. This is kind of pinned though. If he does this, at least I can do this. So maybe I just bring the king. Maybe I bring the king and try to push this pawn. I can't think of anything else. I could. I can't even do this. Can't do this. Yeah, this. Oh, yeah, I'll bring the king. Um, the voice agent identity at call time. This is actually a really tough design question because I originally. Hmm. Wait, are you sure that like the task wasn't already clear about this piece? I'm a bit confused, honestly. Like, didn't the work tree task skill already say to commit? Like, isn't that already clear? Same thing with the phase, because the phase loop literally says to commit. Like, I'm so confused why you were thinking it commit wasn't a part of it. So this was my plan. So I guess that's what I'll do. Don't I just? Oh my gosh! I don't even win the pawn because of this damn knight. So what if? Okay, let's. What if I do this? But then he can do this. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my gosh! This hurts my brain. I can't go here. I can't go here. Or actually, I could go here. Take, take, take. You can't take, so take. So just push, take, take. This thing can just march forward, actually. Not that it really needs to, though. Like, this thing is actually not doing anything. It's not protecting this. It's just protecting this. So it's not really that useful. I'm thinking of doing this, but then this. And then I can't do this. Oh my gosh, I can't do that. I need to do this. So same problem though. Same problem as this follows this, and then this. Oh, actually, it's kind of nice. If he does this, I do this, and then check. He would have to move somewhere, keeping the knight protected. So here most likely. And then, oh, I got a minute, so I guess I don't really have much time to figure that out now, do I? Home on the range. So, hmm. Oh, legacy outbound compilers collapse into one workflow engine or a call step selects a compiler domain provenance. What did he just do? Oh my gosh, he protects everything. What am I supposed to do? Guess I'll just go here? Like, I can't even do that. Like, seriously? I am so lost. I cannot go. He has all of these squares protected. I can't even do, like, and this. What am I supposed to do? I genuinely do not know. I can't even do that because he has this square protected too. What am I supposed to do? Like, I guess I go here? I can't even break in like that. Okay. So, I guess I'm gonna completely change my plan and do this. Fudge. I guess, yeah, I think he might just win this. I think that, crazily enough, having that many damn pieces is, oh my gosh, he can just take this now. I blundered the game away. That's gone. We're done. Take it. Take it and go. Take it and go, man. I don't deserve it. Don't deserve the dub. I was up 2 pawns. Now I'm down 1. It's fine. This has been a depressing game of chess. Or sorry, day of chess. Yeah, okay. Voice agent identity at dial time. So I'm now realizing that we're actually going to, wow, he didn't find the fact that he has the frickin' this here. Or sorry, this. Like, that's hilarious. Home on the range. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I go here, but I really have no clue. Home on the range. I guess I go here, maybe. Oh, wait, hold on. I can take this. Oh my gosh, no, I cannot. And then he does this, and then I go here, I guess. And then he does this. No, he can't. He has to do this. Oh my gosh, let's check. Jeez Louise. This is so crazy, man. This is crazy. I have to go here, followed by here, followed by here, followed by down here somewhere. This is pinned. It's on a light square too. Nice. Got 38 seconds. I can't code anymore. But I got a lot of design questions still left. We're still okay. This thing is still safe. It doesn't have any one move. Actually, it has this one move, but then I can go here, maybe? No, I can't. Actually, but then again, I keep on harassing the bishop, so I actually should have enough time. In fact, this is the move where the bishop can't actually protect this anymore, which is super good for me, because I have a check, which gives me an additional move. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Oh my gosh, he protects it. Wow. What can you do now? Protect it this way? This is genius. I am so impressed. Very impressed. I can't get in here at all. These, okay, so now I have to go here, followed by this, to go down here with check, Even then, I still don't really know what I'm doing because he has so many squares protected. This is so crazy. You know, I didn't quite realize, I think, I didn't appreciate the true power of pieces up until now. Well, no, of course I did, but I can't go here, which is probably what he thinks I'm going to try to do, but I know I'm actually just blocking off the king. That's the only reason I'm here. I'm going to do this, but I don't even know why, really. Like, I barely know why. Okay. So now I go here, which I'm now realizing traps my bishop. Oh my gosh. This is trapped. It's trapped. It's trapped. It's trapped. He can go here and now it's trapped. Oh no. Now its next move is this. Thankfully, I can actually go here. But I think he can actually get out of it. If he pushes here, for example, though, as soon as he moves this anywhere, if he pushes this, I might be able to win. Maybe I can win pieces. I genuinely do not know. I don't think I have this. I really don't. Okay, so he's, yeah, good on ya. Good on ya. I have to go. Jeez Louise. I don't have enough time. I actually have to do this. And now he will trap my bishop. Oh wait, no. He can't. He can't trap it. He has to protect the bishop from here. So he has to do this, oh, he can't even do there. He has to go like here, 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 somewhere, here, here. And then he can protect the bishop. Then he can trap my rook. Okay, good move. I think I can go here, but I don't know if I have enough time to, I don't know if I have enough time. If I go here, and he goes here, for example, then I have to go back. Oh my gosh, he wins. I'm done. I'm done for. Well done, good sir. Well done. I just realized I had this the entire time. No, I didn't. Never mind. Yeah, like GG. I mean, if he takes with the knight, then I'm screwed. But if he takes with this, I'm it doesn't matter. I just resign. Oh, that was a rather interesting choice, actually. Huh. Best move's probably here. Or here. Definitely not this way. Because then I can take. Actually, no, I don't think I can. Maybe I can win on timeout. Yeah. He will win. Yeah, there it is. Damn, man. Back down to 11:59. Okay, I got a code. Okay, so voice agent identity at dial time. Very good question. I think this is making me realize that we are going to, in fact, pull the... God damn it. Fuck. I don't know why my computer's not refreshing, like, these at all lately. What the... Like, why? You should just wipe your memory entirely. go clean up your memory of things that are probably conflicting with my agents.md documents. That's completely unacceptable. Hmm. Okay, so a couple of things. The voice agent identity at dial time and the compiler domain unification. Uh, those two basically make me question the whole like, should we have the opening greeting and the objectives baked into each step, or should we have them at like the workflow configuration level? And I am starting to think that what we're going to refactor this, and instead, we're gonna have an agent config, like a sub, in the workflow config schema, we're gonna have an agent config JSON, and it'll be like an agent config schema. And in that, we're gonna be defining anything that we're artificially copying right now. So, for example, the core voicemail message prompt, or lack thereof, if they just want to use the default. The objective schema is not an array. I don't know why the hell that's an array. That never should have been an array. Never is an array. We don't have an array right now. That's ridiculous. But yeah, we will have, anyways, the voicemail prompt or lack thereof if they want to use the default. And then the objectives, the conversation objectives, and the opening greeting. And so we're gonna move those to the workflow config schema in a nested JSON. You'll notice the campaigns and automations, they use the same thing anyways, so it's really not that big of a change across both. In fact, both documents. So you're gonna have to update both documents as a result of this. And yeah, but the thing is like voicemail is still voicemail, for example, per step, you can still enable it or disable it. Or sorry, per call attempt, you can still enable it or disable it per attempt, but it's just like it's going to use the shared config schema. And the whole reason for this is like the idea here is that there's going to be one voice agent version, or sorry, one voice agent, like one retail voice agent, RETELL, per automation, and obviously one for campaigns. And the only times that that voice agent version is actually going to materially increase is two scenarios. And those two scenarios are the exact scenarios that already exist today. Scenario number one is we actually make an edit to the configuration in the campaign or in the automation. Actually, campaigns are locked after you start them, so I guess it doesn't really apply to campaigns because campaigns right now are locked after you start the campaign, and it's fine to just keep that same behavior. But for automations, you can actually edit it, and you can actually like test it and all that stuff. So yeah, we still want to be able to edit it, and so that's going to obviously increase the version. But then obviously also, before we run each automation, actually, in fact, completely ditch updating v4. Don't even focus on v4 anymore. it's completely worthless. We're not doing this for campaigns right now. So just don't even focus your efforts. Let's focus on just absolutely nailing V3 workflow engine just for automation. So no more campaign focus at all. Completely ignore it completely, just entirely. So anyways, for automations, yeah, it's so similar to what we do today is like before we run each automation call or before we make each call, we first check if any of the voice agent modules have changed that are supposed to be copied over, or the inbound because like the front end, like the way that the modules and the persona is configured is I think it's actually still bound to the inbound agent. It was a design choice we made early on that has since then really screwed with us. So anyways, we still copy that stuff over, and basically if those things have changed for the published version of the inbound agent, then we still need to copy those over into here and republish the automation agent in the exact same way that we do today. So first I want you to understand like what happens today, and really we're just doing that pretty much exact same thing. Same thing for tests. So if we run a test call for the automation, the test call should make sure that the voice agent that is being used for the test call is going to be the same as today, as it is today. So the compiler, we still separate it for campaign and for automation, and accordingly, I would actually like, just in case they diverge, I would like the agent config schema in the workflow config schema to have its own like type field so that we can actually still have like a type field associated with each like a campaign versus an automation. But again, right now that's kind of useless, right? Because we just have automation, but we still want it just for forwards compatibility, or just like for any situation where we want to extend it. In fact, it might actually be good. Maybe you could introduce it on the workflow config schema itself. Maybe it could just be workflow config schema type, like or like just a type field there, where it's like workflow type and it's like automation or campaign. But obviously right now it's just automation. But it could be helpful maybe, because then it helps us determine how to parse it if it ever diverges down the line, which I think it will. Actually, it will inevitably diverge down the line, like without a single doubt. I have 100% confidence of that. Also, on completed without, or sorry, exit criteria, the default should actually just be both. I don't know why the default is an empty array. That makes no sense. Huh. Yeah, so I guess on the workflow itself, maybe we should be also binding on the workflow and maybe the automation. I don't know. It's up to you. In a similar way for like, you know how we bind like the outbound phone number, like we kind of duplicated there. Maybe it's actually good to just also duplicate like the voice agent on there as well. Because yeah, obviously there's a voice agent associated with both automations and or with automations and campaigns. We still need that. And so you can either put it out directly on the workflow only, or you can denormalize them. It's up to you. Yeah. And trigger types at launch. Yeah, trigger types. Let's keep the trigger types the same. We don't need to make it overly complex. Hard code enter once for V1 for sure. We don't want after exit or anytime. Definitely workspace configured time zone for V1. That's how it works today, and that's definitely how it should work tomorrow, or just in general. Yeah. Well, no, hold on. Legacy table retention, like, that's not part of the job of this document. Like, obviously, the implementation is going to have multiple steps. Like, one step to introduce all the new functionality and stop using the old tables. The next step after that is to drop all the old tables. That's fine. Yeah, to pre-DAO revalidation. So yes, we should still have pre-DAO revalidation. So I guess that's kind of part of the exit criteria. Yeah, it would be introduced as an exit reason or an exit criteria or whatever, because like right now we only have like those, you know, what is the exit criteria right now? Like inbound call received or outbound call answered. One more is like trigger criteria no longer met, or like something like that. Or yeah. Yeah, because like it's sort of like trigger config captures the criteria in itself. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, objectives is definitely a single string. It's never been an array. Never should be array. I have no idea why you put that as an array. Opt-out detection. Huh? Wait, we have opt-out detection right now? Are you sure? Uh, uh, yeah, I don't know. Just do. Wait, what? Disconnection reason spam or decline? Sets it to opted out? That doesn't sound right. Um, I don't want the new. Okay, opted out has not been properly implemented. I don't want opted out to be a consideration for this at all. In fact, pressure test what you're saying there. I almost want to completely remove any programmatic decision making on opted out, because that was never something that a human actually approved the design of. And I guarantee you the way that it's implemented is hacky and one-off and terrible, and probably not according to what we should actually have. Right now, opting out is a manual field that is, or like, you know, consented is a manual field that's set by the users, and that is it. It's just a manual thing right now. We do not want any programmatic opting out at all. That's something that's going to happen in a later commit. In fact, you might as well just spawn a one subagent to just add the opt-out functionality as like medium priority due Friday. Pull it into the sprint, put it as product. Don't assign it to anyone yet, though. Compiled contact notes is never going to be missing. Don't worry about that. I mean, it can. I mean, even if the contact compiled or the compiled contact notes, even if it doesn't have anything, like even if it's just like blank or empty, it's not going to be missing. Yeah, no. Especially considering like that's an implementation detail, honestly, that I think is not really worth even talking about, considering considering it's going to be implemented before this is implemented anyways. After all of that, do another swarm of subagents to do another round of validation. Make sure that we're not missing anything that is like fundamentally core to the way that this document is outlined. Another one after that to make sure there's no self-contradictions in the document or outdated statements in the document. And then another round after that to just pressure test the way that we're even thinking about this in its entirety. Because like now that we have all of these tables, I think I like it. I don't hate it, but I'm starting to question it a little bit for sure. The fact that we have like, you know, now we're gonna have an agent on the outbound phone number, or I guess maybe we would have an agent on the automation, and then maybe we would have an agent version on the workflow run. Maybe that would be the case. I guess that would actually make sense now that I think about it, because the workflow run would be bound to a specific agent version, where the automation is what's actually being updated itself. Or sorry, the workflow, I guess, is the one that would. Oh yeah, the workflow run would have an agent being bound to it. The workflow would have an agent. The workflow or the automation would have an agent bound to it. I'm just sort of thinking like, now I'm questioning, should the workflow be the one that owns the phone number and the agent, and the automation has neither? I'll let you decide. I think it's a little bit odd. Yeah, a little bit weird. Also, why do we have a name on the workflow? That makes no sense. We already have a name on the automation. Are you just gonna copy it? Yeah, what the hell? No one ever asked for that. I never asked for that. Yeah, the phone number. Phone number should be. It kind of seems like a. I don't know. I don't know. Um. Yeah, generally, I think this is sound. I'm just starting to question like all these tables that we have. It just seems like kind of a lot, but I guess at the same time it is kind of necessary. The denormalization is slightly concerning me, but it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking like if all of this configuration for the agent is on the workflow config, then why are we putting the phone number on the automation and not the workflow? That is, I think, what I'm confused about. Like, nearly all of this looks like it's sort of owned by the workflow, not the automation. Everything that kind of has to do with like the agent and the calling. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. Holy. $59? What's happened to me? What in the world? What? Wow. That's not trivial. Wow. Okay, so my fee and keto idea was just terrible. I totally thought this was like fine. I mean, look at this is a pretty nice diagonal. This like damn. Oh yeah, I made these blunders early on. This was a blunder. Oh, and then I won back. I got my I was winning until I lost my leg. This is a miss. I guess I didn't need to rush with this move. That kind of makes sense. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna play another. If I get down to 1150, then at least it's a clean 1150. This is against 1235 though, so we'll see. I should probably not coding. Okay, no more coding. Yeah, no more coding. All right. Okay. Got a lot in system. We got a pretty standard scenario over here. No issues here. Go here, and here, and here. Yep, this, and this, or this. We got some standard stuff going on. I almost just blundered my queen. Isn't that fun? I actually shouldn't have rushed with this move. I think I should have played here first, but whatever. Interesting. Damn. That's actually kind of annoying. I think I trapped. Oh no, never mind. He has to go all the way home. It's kind of sad. I think I'm playing a little bit reckless. I think I'll go here. Kind of needs to take or move back. Okay, so he takes, or he wants me to take. Now this is essentially the plan. Oh, okay. That sucks. Yeah, see, I'm playing reckless. This is not good. Damn. Yeah. Thoughtless and reckless, and I'm getting myself into stupid scenarios without thinking. Yep, today is gonna be my last, or this is gonna be my last chess game for sure. This is just completely unacceptable behavior. Like, what is this? This just sucks. I'm a bit down on myself for this. I'm playing, yeah. I went down 37 points today. It's gonna take a long time to get that back. It's so funny too, because I remember saying like 2 days ago, like I was really feeling my stride, and I guess you have good days and bad days. Like I don't know what it is, but yeah, like today was terrible. There were some of the games where I did feel like I was, I had a valiant effort, but overall it was pretty bad day. Like this, there's no excuse for this. Like I was just playing thoughtlessly and recklessly, and not thinking about my moves beforehand. Like yeah, like, what is this? Like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, like this is absurd. I'm pretty gotta admit, a little bit down. A little bit down on my down on the dumps here. I don't know what to do. No clue what to do. Though I mean if he somehow thinks that this is fine, then at least I got that. But yeah. Nice. Good for him. Though not sure it totally works. It just seems like a trade. Though obviously a very dangerous trade. Oh, it's not a wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I see. It's this followed by this followed by no, but then I can go here and protect, and then it ends up being actually completely fine. So this is no longer pinned, and I think that this actually is okay. If he takes here, it's just a trade. If he takes with check, I can go here. Oh no, he ends up winning two pieces. Yeah. Wait, no, if I go here, I'm protecting this and this. So I actually think I should be okay here, oddly. Well, I mean, aside from the fact that my king is halfway up the board. And obviously this is a terrible, like, terrible position to be in. I mean, this is ridiculous, but I'm not losing material as of right now, at least. I'm protecting everything. So that's cool. In fact, wait. Hold on. How is he up material right now? Oh, he came up with a knight out of all that? Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah. All right, well, GG. I mean, play the game. Actually, I don't know if I should play the game. I'm really down right now. I'm really not feeling hot. Does he realize that I win a pawn if he doesn't take this? Or protect? I will win a pawn if he doesn't. He protects though. Good on him. I don't know. Like, I guess here, just take it. I'm done. All right. Okay. Well, that was a really, really bad day of chess. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna come back tomorrow and destroy for sure. Today was not it. I think I should have just. It's like gambling. Like I should have just like my first loss. I should have just stuck there, call it a day, but I did not. Evidently, these good days, bad days definitely happen. Yeah, that was really tragic. I got all up all the way from 1187 down to 1153 in a single day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losses in a row. Damn. Okay, well. GG. Back to coding. Oh wow. Still waiting for Claude actually to finish that up. Okay, let's look at these lists. Follow-up boss notes changes. How many files? 15 modified, 8 added. And then this one was, oh no, never mind. Sorry, different things. So this is 21 modified, 5 added. This one's 15 modified, 8 added. Interesting. Huh. Okay, compare your implementation versus codexes. Do not make any changes to your implementation and see which one do you like better. I mean, let's be real. The answer to this question is going to be definitely biased, but you know, there's nothing. It's crazy because generally speaking, you know, like board games, sports, I've never ever been one to, you know, get down after a loss. But chess just hits me different. I don't know what it is. Cause yeah, like I'm actually like, I feel down right now. Like I don't feel good. Like I do think that I learned a few things today, for sure. But at the same time, some of it just feels like it feels almost emotional or like the quality of play is lower on some days than it is on others. I guess that's just kind of like how chess is. Like I'm sure other people. What I try to do is the days I'm playing poorly, I minimize my play. Hilarious. I don't have the self-control to do that, evidently. Okay, one part actually that bled into a lot of my games today was coding while playing games, and that's already something that, I've banned in the past, and I keep on saying that I'm banning, and I just keep on doing it anyways. Um, yeah, so that's like a personality flaw, or not a personality flaw per se, but like a um, not a personality flaw, but like a almost like a red flag. Like how do you even say it? Like you know what I'm trying to say. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. No, 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 no. Automation enrollment isn't premature. I don't think it's premature. I think it's fine as long as it's a good idea. If we imagine that campaigns are gonna go in that direction, like literally tomorrow, then what I mean is like campaigns are gonna happen directly after this. And so keeping that in mind, is it a good idea? Yes or no? Very interesting pin. I actually could have just gone here in theory and just left it and just not even operated with the pin. I could have just done this, got my queen out, for example. do here? Should I do this? And allow this? Or this? Both of which I'm not a huge fan of. No, I guess they wouldn't allow that. That wouldn't make any sense. It gives me some time. I think I have a bunch of like semi-forcing moves here. No. No, this pawn is way too weak. I think I have to do this at some point. Okay. Now, however, I can do this. Hit the queen. Did I just lose material by doing that? No, I didn't. Oh, shoot. No, I didn't lose material. I actually undouble my pawns. No, I did lose material. Because now it's his next move and he can do this. Nice. Good find. Yep, take my pawn. And then this pawn. Yeah, my gosh, I need to stop playing chess. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh, he didn't find it? Well, I guess he did, kinda. I'd argue this is the less desirable way, though, because now he forfeited his castling rights. In fact, I also... Yeah, this is not ideal, I don't think, for him. I also go here, hitting the pawn and the... And then I also have this check. Yeah, I don't think that was the right play. Oh, he sees the issue that I'm trying to... Wait, what if I just do this first? Uh, this seems nice. Followed by this. If he does this, for example. Outside of this. Huh. Well, it could check. Which still gives me this. Maybe that's what I should do. I actually kind of like it. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that seems completely reasonable to me. Right? Yeah, I think so, because he can do this. He'd be forced to go down, and then I have this regardless. And that's a fork. I'll do this. And now he can't do this. Or I guess he could do that. Never mind. Probably what he should do. He Oh! Nice. Good thinking. It's good thinking until... Actually... I guess maybe I should just cut my losses. I'm already up. Or wait, no, he's up right now. I'm up 1 pawn. Versus being down. Now, the one thing that's good actually about him taking here is I think I can eventually win it. Because really, how can he escape? His only moves are here or here. So I think this actually works. Oh, but then I end up with the same. We end up with the same shit anyways. The previous design I actually came out with 1. Now we're equal because you got this pawn. Damn. Okay, so that wasn't right. Never mind. Oh, I guess I could do here. I'm already threatening this right now. So that's nice. Though that didn't make any sense because now I take the rook. Or I take the bishop, one of the two. Because basically, if he moves the king, I take the rook. If he protects with the bishop, I go here. So, yeah, I don't think that works. Now I got this, or oh, see now. Okay. I guess I can do this. Oh shoot. Did I just completely lose material? Yep. Yet again. Kyle, you're doing well. Great job, Kyle. Great job. Now, the biggest question on Earth is, do pawns or pieces win in this endgame? Because it's evident that I will definitely be winning with pawns. Wow. Hmm. Could you have just taken that? Yeah, he could have. That was a questionable move, actually, I think. This pawn is pinned, and this pawn can run. Huh. How are we gonna check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, check. Oh, that's what he does. Okay. I think he wins this overall. He can check here. Then move his king in, I think. Oh no, he can't. King can't move. Wait, is this? Oh no, it's not mate. Wow, that was close though. We can take this now. Wow, he decides not to. Um, huh. I guess I'll attack this. Probably just ignore it. Actually, I don't know. Can he just ignore it? Darn. He wins. I mean, there's nothing I can do at this point, at least. Never mind. I'm not so sure now. What do you mean by merge the automation fields? Okay, so now I just chill. Just go up. He has to, I don't know, can he even win this? I don't know if he can, because this is a dark square. Um, oh yeah, shit. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Yeah, he has that. So what do I do now? I guess GG. It's pretty much the only answer to this question. Whoa. Um, so the slim run, like what would you actually, well, hold on. Negligible at tens of customers is not what we should be thinking about. Uh, yeah, that's not the framing I like to hear. Okay, take all of the good aspects of Codex's implementation and then apply it to yours. Like, cleaning up the old stuff, the design doc updates, doc updates in general. Actually, I guess that's mainly it. Or just like any design, anything that you think that is actually objectively better than in codexes, apply it to yours. But compared to the decision architecture level on the key files, not by reviewing every line. I mean, at the end of the day, I care most about correctness and bug free than anything else. So just do another pass at yours, I guess, and make sure that's the case. Okay, so where does it belong then? Why the heck? Like, WebStorm is straight up not refreshing my local files at all. My keyboard shortcut's not even working. Wait. We have exited, suppressed, and canceled. What's the difference between those two? Is like canceled like manual or something? When do we cancel versus exited, suppressed? Uh, yeah. No, wait, hold on. Why are we? I thought opted out. I'm really confused. Why is opted out still a part of these analytics that I'm reading? I thought that we talked about opted out not being in scope for this, and like we shouldn't be using opted out at all. Opted out isn't a part of the design. It's not. I mean, I guess yeah. Like if the contact is already opted out. Actually, no. Hold on. No, opted out shouldn't even be checked at all. That's not. We don't have any like. We should not be checking consented or opted out at all. If somebody is coming into this automation, it should be automatically marked as consented, just like the current one is. Like we shouldn't be checking consented or considering that at all. The customer, like we are assuming that, you know, if they're coming into the CRM, they have opted in to communication because that's something that customer is on the customer. So this whole opted out thing, like we already talked about this. I'm very confused why it's still in here. Shouldn't canceled be like canceled manual or manual canceled or something? Like comments are never the answer, ever. If you're explaining code in comments, it means that you have a design smell. Like full stop. It's so rare that comments are the answer. Also, your analytics, I'm not a huge fan of your suggestion here. Like, don't you think that so the generic workspace analytics series breakdown summary, like, don't you think that because like they're fundamentally generic, right? Like it's how do I say this? Like they're well-designed endpoints that should be reusable in a lot of different scenarios. So I'd prefer, if possible, for us to take that same sort of idea and just, if we need different endpoints, like instead of just breakdowns, series and summary, we can add new endpoints. But I think it'd be nice to implement it in such a way where it's still generic. Or do you think that this is just so unbelievably different that there's no way we can make a generic endpoint that can apply to various different cases? Because even what you, yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the analytics, like my analytics ramble here? Oi, oi, oi. yeah, I'm almost thinking like for like breakdowns or series or something like that, we almost need like yeah, buckets in total. Yeah, like your gauge idea. Yeah. Because we almost want like we almost want like a series or we want like a breakdown, but then a sub breakdown, if that makes sense. A breakdown per bucket or like yeah, you say like entity and group by and stuff, like buckets total, okay, I could get that. But then could we also slice and dice that by time? Like historical metrics, or is it just current metrics? Like you get what I'm trying to say? And then yeah, could we actually make it such that like if we introduce a new endpoint to support something like this, or if we make adjustments to an existing endpoint, could we make it so it's like generic enough that if some other things in the future sort of take a similar shape, we can kind of reuse it in a similar way? Or maybe we also have a point in time, or I don't know, maybe the point in time is all we need. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. I'm not entirely. There's there's a lot of metrics going on here for sure. I'm getting a bit tired, for sure. Oh, yeah, okay. We definitely don't want any periodic snapshots or event logs. We don't absolutely don't want that. We only want to operate with data that we already have. Um, so I'm curious, should we be refactoring our existing metrics endpoints? Are they a little bit too scoped to calls specifically? Like I'm wondering, yeah, they have like direction, call entry point, stuff like that. I'm just sort of thinking, like, should we make them more generic somehow as a part of this? Because I'm not opposed, to be honest. If not, then we're good. But yeah, just propose, I guess, the new metrics, the new APIs, if any, um, the general shape, and just rewrite the analytics doc according to your end like conclusion. I don't want like a 3,000 word document like you have right now. Like I just want it like quite simply stated, like exactly what's going to be introduced. That's it. It's all. And if there's a refactoring that you would recommend as well, then yeah, we can do that as well. Wait, whoa. We don't need any migration scripts or anything like that. For bug v4 or bug 4, uh, yeah, v1 records losing inbound notes for one call, whatever. I don't care. Like this is all very like it's not that big of a deal as long as over time like things are actually populated correctly. That's the only thing I care about. I don't want a bunch of like hacky like backwards compatible shit. Like I just want things to work right off the bat, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Pretty plain and simple. With no errors, obviously. Bug 5, that's not a bug. Absolutely not a bug. That should be. It should kill. That's not a bug. That's intended behavior. Why did you think that was a bug? In fact. What's going on? WebStorm's not reloading. I think I'm gonna have to restart my computer today. I think it's been working a bit too hard. I haven't had a restart in a while. So yeah, I mean my CPU is like clocking. It's just been like going. Oh, I think I might know why. Yeah. I think I might know why. I'm very afraid of the answer, I'm not gonna lie. Could you look into my CPU and memory usage and see if there is any processes that you think have run or just been spawned out of control and aren't being killed? I guarantee you it's because of Ultra Code. When they spawn up a new Claude session, every single time it spawns a connection or a very, very thin, I can't even remember what exactly it is, but it spawns a connection between, it's only one MCP server, but there's a connection between the MCP server and Claude. It's like a thin wrapper of some sort. That wrapper, I don't know if it's actually... What is run reached count? These names are terrible. Could you please make sure that every single metric name, every single thing that you have in here is like, I would prefer them to be long and easily read out loud and easily understood rather than concise. Please make sure that everything that you're doing is abiding by the agents.md guidance and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, V1 record fails the strict V2 parse. But it doesn't like, we don't block any calls or anything like that, right? Actually, never mind. Yeah, no, we should still support V1 parsing. I'm fine with that. Actually, yeah. I mean, we shouldn't just throw an error. But I don't need you to... Wait, hold on. V2, isn't V2 just a additive on V1? It's the exact same structure. You're just adding a new, like, field. So, yeah, the backwards compatibility should not even be an issue here. It should be super, super easy. Can't you just make it, like... Wait, hold on. Isn't external context optional anyways? How... I'm a bit confused You know what? Actually, just make it backwards compatible, please. But make sure that everything's moving to the V2, and V1 will be left behind. So we still support V1 if it exists, but we should be making our best effort to move it over to V2. And over time, that we can remove the V1 backwards compatibility stuff. Add a comment with a linear issue to remove the backwards compatibility stuff. Low priority, obviously. What is suppressed again? Like, yeah, a bit confused about suppressed. I feel like suppressed is not a trivial thing to understand from a user standpoint, nor even from mine, evidently. Like, what defines suppressed precisely? And I mean, we can just look, I guess. Yeah, like, what the hell? What is suppressed? Yeah, like, suppressed is just weird. Like, shouldn't we have a breakdown per, like, exit criterion? Like, the number of inbound calls received, or, like, goal, like, the goal reached. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe exit criterion, wait, why is the default not equal to all of the values? That makes no sense, like, looking at it. But, like, yeah, shouldn't we be, like, also grouping by, like, exit criterion? Like, which of these are, like, exit criterion? And then also, the exit criterion, shouldn't some of them be, like, associated with, like, a goal being reached, or, like, the type of exit? Because, like, inbound call received and outbound call answered, those are, like, good things. It's, like, nice. Like, it worked. We actually had, like, this translated into a real conversation. But trigger no longer satisfied is, like, sort of like a canceled or, like, a suppressed thing, you know? Yeah, wait. It says now we also have an on completed without goal, but there's no definition of what that goal even is anywhere. Uh, what? Yeah, this is not very well defined now that I'm looking at the code here. But what's even worse is definitely the fact that we have exit criterion. We have 3, trigger no longer satisfied, and that's not even in the exit criteria. Like, I- should we be defining, like, exit criteria, like, with all? Shouldn't we be defining it maybe with all 3 and then having, like, a exit criteria type or something like that? Or no, I guess we already have a type where maybe it's like, is goal reached, true or false, or like target met or something. Like, I don't know. Um, or like grouping them to be like maybe a subtype. Yeah, yeah, because on completed without goal. Yeah, I don't know. Something just looks a little bit funky here, but I know that your metrics are terrible. That's for sure. That seems just yeah, they seem a little bit fragile. Not very good overall. Wouldn't it also be maybe good to have like actually maybe you already have this, but wouldn't it also be good to have, you know, the number of pickups and number like you know, current all of our current metrics where we have like voicemail rate, pickup rate, booking rate, all of that. Shouldn't we have that broken down per call step? So for each call step, you know, like what's the percent it's actually like going to voicemail? Even if we're double calling, like we treat double call. If they both go to voicemail, it's like one, and then if they pick up, it's one. You know, it's like if one of the two pick up, then it ends up being a pickup, and then if both of them go to voicemail, it's considered a voicemail. So let's say that there was two call steps, and they both had double calls enabled, and the first call step both went to voicemail, and then the second call step went to, or you know, the second call step, the first one went to voicemail, the first double call went to voicemail, the second call they picked up. Let's say that was one workflow run, and then the second workflow run, you know, they just went to voicemail all times for both steps. Then, like, basically the overall, like, kind of pickup rate, I guess, would be like what? I guess 25% or something. Or no, would it be 50? No, I guess the overall like workflow breakdown, like it would be 50% like pickup rate, because one of the workflows resulted in a pickup, the other workflow did not result in a pickup. But then you could also have a breakdown per step, where it's like the first step 100% voicemail rate, second step was actually a 50% voicemail rate. You know what I mean? Actually, I think I might have screwed that up. I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read it. Um, yeah, where we just like overall, what I'm saying is like we have like a breakdown for like the overall, like at a workflow run level. We have a breakdown at a workflow run level. It's like, okay, like at like looking at all the workflow runs and comparing them, which ones, you know, resulted in which. We can see like, you know, all of the, okay, how many meetings were booked, how much information was provided, how many times was information provided, like all of the call outcomes, you know, broken down at like a workflow level. But then you could also break it down at like a step level as well. Does that make sense? Where you could kind of have, like, if you think about a visual, you could have like, you know, if you had 5 steps, you could have like you'd have like a table with like 5 rows or something like that, for example. And you could compare like, you know, when are people picking up? Is it usually the first time we call them, like the first call step, or is it usually on the second call step? I think that the metrics for if it's the first call or the second call in the double call, like within the step, I think that would be cool, but I think that's a bit much maybe for now because that's like yet another level of detail. Maybe just not worth it for right now. But the rest of it, I think, probably is good. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna. Oh, wow. Oh, privacy.sh, you can definitely kill that. Uh, you could probably kill some of the zombie stuff from Raycast as well. Don't kill anything else though. All right, I think that's actually just going to be a wrap for day, what is it now? Day 48. So day 48, what do we do today? So a lot of chess when I definitely should have cut my losses early. So we lost like what, 3,000 games today? We went down from 1187 all the way to a, what is it now, 1153. Tragic time. It's okay though. We'll come back strong tomorrow. If not, we'll come back strong the next day. I still feel like I was hitting my stride the other day, and I still feel that level of confidence. I mean, I don't know what was going on today. It wasn't hitting. I made some dumb moves. I wasn't on my game today. And then I think that the further I went along, the worse it got, and the more checked out I became. I wasn't dialed. And then on top of that, I was coding during like at least 3 of those games. I was distracted, and it's just like that's the number one rule that I said I wouldn't break, and yeah, I don't know why I keep doing that. I think it's part of me is like I feel guilty for not coding because I know that I probably should be coding, but I'm playing chess. Uh, so yeah, it's a boundaries thing. I lack boundaries sometimes. It's okay. I mean, not the end of the world, but it's definitely not good behavior for sure. Uh, yeah. Anyways, okay. So chess, we went down from 1183, 87 to 1153 today. We're gonna come back stronger. I'm probably gonna look through some of those games again tomorrow morning. I didn't do too well of a job analyzing some of them. Some were good, some were bad. It is what it is. What do we do code-wise? So today was a lot of heavy focus on this workflow design. Like, oh my gosh, it's a lot more involved than I originally thought. There's no doubt about that. So we did finalize the contact notes implementation, and Codex and Claude implemented that end to end. Could you look at the contact notes v3 work tree, all of those commits, and compare compare your design and your overall implementation versus the implementation in there, and see which one you like better. So I got Codex or Claude to do the same thing, and of course, Claude said that theirs was better. I'm gonna see if Codex is also biased and basically says that theirs is better, especially considering the all anyways, sorry, getting off track. So what do? We finalize the implementation for the contact notes to be basically AI generated, leveraging actually details from the CRM so that AI has that context just like a human would. So that's one thing. Another thing is, okay, so that's implemented end to end as well. Spent a lot of time on the workflow engine design and just kept on unraveling like things that I was either missing or certain levels of complexity that I wasn't entirely thinking of. Workflow first call, second call. So yeah, this has been a long time, a long time in the making, and even now, it's like I'm coming across things that I'm not entirely a huge fan of, which now for me is. Yeah, okay, so a lot of design here. I'm tempted at first glance to run something overnight to implement this, because I think it's going to take a while and there's a lot to consider. But at the same time, actually, maybe I should. Maybe I should just give it a shot. I think this is good enough. It's good enough to probably take a stab at it. So yeah, I'll probably run this overnight, test this tomorrow. We also tested some of the changes today for that was actually implemented over the last couple of days by Claude. That all went well. Seems like. Yeah. What else today? I guess that's about it for today. And tomorrow, so so tomorrow's a bit tough. I gotta finish this tomorrow. I have to test this tomorrow as well, which is the biggest thing. Like I really gotta get this done before Monday. Um, yeah, okay, Claude, of course, Codex, Vertex. I would not ship Claude's branch wholesale. Fuck. Oh my god, that's so funny. They both said the exact same thing. Um, hilarious, hilarious. I trust Codex more, to be honest. So I'm gonna ask Claude about this. So what's your take on these things? Don't make any changes. Just tell me what your take is on this. Yeah, that's so funny. Claude's cooked, and the reasoning here, I agree. Yeah. All right. Well. Okay. So tomorrow. What to do about tomorrow? It actually makes me realize like I really should not be like. Using Claude to do anything. I still don't trust Claude. Claude's still stupid. All right, wow. Tomorrow. I'm supposed to plant my plants tomorrow. Wait, where are all my personal things? 47 issue. What? Yeah, what the heck? Where are my quality improvements in video processing? Oh, here we go. So yeah, I'm supposed to write like personal life context and goals tomorrow. I'm supposed to take a step back from the business tomorrow. I'm supposed to buy soil and replant at least 2 plants tomorrow. Ah, okay, that's definitely gonna be a Monday thing then, I guess. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Damn it, though. Okay, and then I also am overdue for the freaking video processing pipeline, too. Like, I need a day. I think it's gonna be on Monday. I really want to wrap up this shit where I just need a day to myself. I need a day where I do not touch work. I don't even remember the last time I did that. Well, actually, no. I guess it was probably when my girlfriend was here, relatively recently. But so you're cooked then. Is that it? You're dumb and stupid? Yep. Oh shit. No, not you, Codex. No. That was meant for Claude. Okay, go ahead and just like make a follow-up commit if you think that anything from Claude's implementation is actually worth keeping, uh, or good ideas were there that you think should be implemented on your side. But if not, then well, actually, no, yeah, you should definitely just do a follow-up commit with anything that you feel is necessary to sort of make your implementation even better than it was prior. Okay. Wow, tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're gonna friggin' release all this. That's the goal. If we can get this done tomorrow, I'll be a happy man. But the likelihood of this happening is like slim to none, if I'm being honest with myself. But yeah, anyways, that's day whatever it is, day 48. One thing I'm actually really curious about is how many hours have we been streaming? Like, is this gonna even show up? Oh yeah, we're at 10 hours 50, so we will actually be able to see. But yeah, anyways, that's you know what I'm really stoked about actually is all of my wins and losses and borderline depression at the end of chess games and the excitement that I get when I win to create like a compilation of that when I actually do reach 1500, even if it's not by the end of the year, because I have recorded or streamed every single chess game since. Oh, I think I started streaming at like 1,000. I don't know if I actually streamed for the first couple of days where I was at 800. So that's kind of sad. I wonder. But at least, yeah, we were at a point where even like a week or two ago, like I was at like 1050 or something. So, anyways, it'll be cool to see the progression. And I can make maybe make a video series to be like literally like road to 1500. Like this is what it takes. Anyways, that'll be cool. Okay, wow, day 48. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Peace.